more and more, and discussion was good. And then, because some of the Serbs tried to stop Šutanovac and Šomas, they tried to also give statements during the question.
I had an impression of the ministerial meeting when they were talking about burden sharing. Like giving statements.
I hope they are discussing a little bit more today.
And what was Šutanovac talking about?
But they had yesterday in the afternoon a discussion. There was a Czech panelist, Jiří Schneider, and he was giving his personal impression about the time when the wall came down at the beginning of the 90s and something like this. And then Šutanovac stepped in, or just raised the hand, and then he gave his impression. And then Šomas gave his impression, and everybody wants to give statements, but nobody asks a question.
No discussion.
No, it was not a discussion. This was just statements.
You look so concerned.
No, without my boss, actually more than relaxed.
More than relaxed.
Yes. No, So you are alone today, or is the ambassador coming as well?
He might come. Our special representative most likely come. He most likely.
Special representative. This guy. He was part of the part of the government at the time when they split from Czechoslovakia in Czech Republic and Slovakia, but he was not on the top. He was one of the secretaries, and he gave his Czech view on the whole region, and everybody wanted to give his.
What about the
She had just a short one. It just she was the last one, and she just had 3 minutes just to wrap up a little bit.
That's for the guests. That's for the speakers. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, in Asia, probably green tea.
Okay, but now it's publishing Rema and it's coming step by step it comes.
Do you think that informal
Step by step. I last time I published in Blitz as well, so I cannot reach informer and I will not try to be informed. What do you decide about? I have a tomorrow meeting with the American embassy regarding what we will do with the military union and the project.
that's a slip from the So my next step
So we missed the coffee break.
yes, I will meet with them. See what this holidays then I'll just I have to be honest with you. I'm not just going to back when it comes to the
Good morning. Welcome back all. Nice and early. So I'd like to start by again thanking Yelena for having us here gathering and for the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies for putting on such an interesting and timely conference. And I'd like to thank our staff as well. I know how difficult it is to put these things on. So you guys are doing a really great job, and I appreciate it. I know we all appreciate it. This morning we've been asked to address the bear in the room. to look at Russia's role as an international player, its role in Europe, and its role in the Balkans. I think we could probably develop a whole conference to talk about this issue, but let's see what we could do over the course of the next couple of hours. We've touched on this issue a bit yesterday in pieces. And today we have a really experienced and diverse and kind of large panel to put some more context, more detail, and to provide some further insight into these very important questions. This topic has been a source of a lot of discussion over the years, over the last few years. Is Russia a threat? Is that threat overstated? Is Russia a potential partner for stability? I think this maybe depends on where you sit. Certainly, the perspective from Lithuania is different than the perspective in Spain, as an example. And you could argue that we often have a tendency to look at Russia's role in stovepipes. There's a tendency to separate what is occurring in Crimea, Ukraine, from what is occurring in the Baltics, Poland, and the Balkans. And I think that sometimes puts us at a disadvantage when we come together to talk about the role of Russia. I think one question we have been asked to examine is Russia's role in the Balkans, their activity in the Balkans. Is it based on cooperation or disinformation? And I think it's maybe good to take a look at an example. So yesterday there was a lot of really positive coverage about this event. But the top 3 news stories yesterday were, on the same day of this successful event, the top 3 stories were based on conspiracies and distortion of facts. The first being the CIA role in the overthrow of the Bolivian president, Morales, and his... right, I'm sorry, thank you. But this is the point. It was based on this conspiracy theory that the facts don't matter so much as, or the details don't matter so much as the CIA and the Serb intelligence were somehow connected and acted in this overthrow. A second was a Russian military base being established in the Baltic region as a result of NATO's continued presence and expansion, right? So based on this distortion of the facts. And then there was a final story on a narrative that we see frequently in the region of Russian strength, Russian military strength, and it was the Bulgarian Minister of Defense talking about his fear of the S-400 in the region. And this is a common theme of Russian military might. So with that, I think we've discussed whether Russia is not so helpful, or to put it as Bertram said yesterday, he described that the interests are different. And so that's something that we'll take a look at during this panel. So let's start with Mr. Gordon Duguid. He's the Director of the Office of Press and Public Diplomacy in the Bureau of Europe and Eurasian Affairs in the U.S. Department of State. Gordon.
Thank you, John. And because of the size of the panel, I'll try and keep my remarks fairly short. My day-to-day job is to try and promote a positive message of the administration's foreign policy. It is also my work to deal with the disinformation that is spread by any number of international countries. I'd like to speak about disinformation this morning, but I would like to take it out of the context of a tool of the Russian government only. Iran uses disinformation. China uses disinformation. Many countries throughout history have used disinformation. It is a threat to our societies because the goal is to disestablish trust in a society for its government and therefore cause a destabilization inside different countries that make it harder for nations to work together, to spread suspicion, to spread some disillusion, and to keep people off balance. Russia is using this as an asymmetrical weapon against NATO allies and EU member states. It has used force against Georgia and against Ukraine. It has used cyber attacks against Estonia and other countries. But for all of us, disinformation is the weapon of choice. So we need to think about how to deal with disinformation as free and democratic societies. Our very strengths as democracies are openings for those who would undermine our systems. And so we have to look at disinformation in the aggregate from all countries, because where one country has had success, other states will follow and try and use the same examples. The bottom line for looking at disinformation is that there is an underlying fact that those who are spreading disinformation use. And they build off of that fact conspiracy theories, false accusations, dodgy facts, and other things to build a narrative that we constantly have to be aware of, but we do not constantly have to disprove. Getting involved in trying to disprove every crazy charge that comes out of organs like Sputnik is not a profitable tactic. What we first need to do when facing a disinformation campaign is to question the credibility of the messenger. So find out who is sending the message and question their motives. The second thing is to disprove the underlying lie. Why do people in our societies believe the stories that are spread by disinformation organs? There must be something in there that is causing them to pause and think about the information. We need to find out what that underlying lie is and address that and not all of its manifestations. Because to try and answer, again, every crazy conspiracy theories gets us involved in chasing our own tails. Do not take the bait. When provoked, when things are too crazy, when the story is too ridiculous, do not try and refute it. The more it's repeated, the ridiculousness of the story often appears obvious after a while. So we need to control our passions and our desire to disprove everything once again. Our messages need to stay positive. We need to stay focused on facts. We need to build a relationship again that has been undermined by disinformation with our publics to show that our facts are accurate, to show that our narrative is one that they can trust in, and that it remains focused on a positive future. Disinformation, by its nature, is a negative tactic. It is trying to diminish the role of truth and logic in each and every society. We must also realize that social media is not the enemy, it is simply a tool that the enemy is using. And so we need to be careful as democratic societies of over-regulating social media so that it cannot carry any disinformation. This is not a credible goal. It's not an achievable goal. We need to protect the freedom of speech while going after the sources of disinformation. In the State Department, this is our general approach on how we're looking at Russian activities in the disinformation sphere in Europe. Our goal is to make sure that our story is more credible, that our facts are provable, and that our democracies remain sound. The benefit of those who are pushing the disinformation, or the benefit they seek, is a divided NATO, is a divided EU. It is people arguing over small facts, small disprovable lies, and getting caught up in trying to do a tit-for-tat, proof-disproof tactic that gets us nowhere very fast. So on the platforms that this is being spread on, that is a technical question that I'm not, qualified or prepared to answer. But our goal is to neutralize disinformation and then build resilience amongst our publics in order to reestablish the trust in what our governments and leaders have to say on a day-to-day basis that will discredit disinformation in a systematic and thorough way. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. You covered a lot of information, and I think something to reiterate, one of the first things you said, it's not just Russia that uses disinformation, of course, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. However, that they do use it very effectively in the region, and it's something that has become a very effective tool. You make a lot of good points. The weaponization of information, maybe that's something we could talk about as a panel. But it sounds like you're really making the point that we need to be proactive as opposed to reactive. And I wonder if you think we're doing that well enough yet.
I would say the answer is no, we're not doing it well enough. And the evidence is that disinformation has resonance across many different societies. The problem is, I think, heretofore, is that we've treated disinformation as something that occurs as a sideshow, something that is only a part of the plan. From my chair, what I see is disinformation is Russia's tactic to destabilize the West. It does not have the military power to do so. It does not have the economic power to do so. So disinformation is their tactic, and we must treat it as their main weapon against us, and we haven't heretofore done that.
Great, thank you. Our next, we'll turn to Robert Pershil, Senior Officer for Russia and Western Balkans in the Public Diplomacy Office in NATO. Robert?
John, thank you very much. Well, I think, 8 panelists on this panel. Somebody would say that's a lot. But you know, Russia is such a big country, it deserves nothing else. I mean, 80 perhaps would be the right number, but then, everybody would have to sit on the sidelines of this room. So, Russia is big. There's no question about it, and if anybody forgets, they like to remind everybody about this. Now, being big means that Russia thinks big, right? Well, it has, but, thinking big is not a guarantee that your ideas will be, good. Big does not have to translate into high quality. It may, but there's no guarantee. I'm tempted to talk about disinformation as well because I'm the same business as Gordon, and our paths have crossed a number of occasions. I'll make some remarks on this, but I would like to start nevertheless by giving a more broader context about, I think, is Russian policy. And a lot of things I'll say will sound rather not very original, but I still think they need to be said. I mean, you know, this policy towards the region there are certain reasons, factors which shape it, and one of them is a pretty centralized manner in which decision-making is made. In Moscow, I mean, just looking at the CV of people who are in charge, they have a similar Weltschauung, so to speak, to use a very popular Russian word. And it's a very simple view. So, you know, there is not much about win-win in that approach to Western Balkans, and frankly speaking, to any other region. It's pretty militaristic, I would say. That is the way that Russia approaches it. Those of us who have been to this very stimulating exhibition yesterday, Madam Abramovich, I think at some point there was a peanut on the wall which came with the story that she was trying to present clouds in a different way, and she had a brilliant idea. It seems that, and she tried to act on it. She went to the military base and asked them, could you have the military planes flying, and they would sort of jets, and they would create some sort of pattern in the sky. And not surprisingly, they told her to go and examine her head, and you know, and that's where the peanut came in, because it was cheap and quite sort of, you know, interesting shadow and all that. Well, I was thinking, what would be the Russian version? I think if the Russian wanted to kind of, you know, present some sort of theme centering around the peanut, they would probably end up with the military jet. So it would be the opposite kind of effort. I'm being slightly facetious, but not completely, because having been to Moscow and seeing all those parades, that is a really big thing, and not surprisingly, that spirit of parades and the political and military bodybuilding, you know, it's one of the exports that it's attempted also in this region. You know, and not surprisingly, to speak about this information, which is full of course, contradictory narratives, because my humble organization is either portrayed as totally militaristic, aggressive, and basically being able to change the world you know, through whatever nefarious influences, but at the same time, we also weak, whereas the other countries are extremely strong, so it's better to stick with Russia, and it has the best military equipment, all the rest of it. Now, conceptualizing this is not, frankly speaking, our job, but one has come across a paper developed by the Russian International Affairs Council, which is composed of people who sort of, I think, do work closely with the government. And this is called Project Russia in the Balkans. And there's interesting elements in that, because that paper, which was, I think, developed, or it's actually a project, had a number of elements. One is that, and that's the key thing, the Balkans, many other regions, is treated as a big and important playing field. So the word cooperation comes, stability and a few other important issues that matter to us or everybody come into this, but the primary focus is on the playing field. It's a place, it's an area of competition with everything that it entails. And that means that, you know, issue like stability is described as important, but even more important is the Russian presence. Now, that in itself, of course, there's nothing unusual or you know, negative about it, but then if one thinks of the ways in which this presence has tried to manifest itself, well, according to the court in Montenegro, one of the ways in which this presence was supposed to be secured was through the coup d'etat. Now, that is not an acceptable form of actually ensuring your presence. The second element of this is actually quite negative, because it's much more about the failures of the European Union or failures of NATO and other institutions. And that is certainly, in my view, not a very positive agenda. And we've seen it, for example, around the time when the whole international community was rejoicing over the Prespa Agreement and all the good things that managed to be derived from us as a consequence. The two countries came to an agreement on an extremely difficult, sensitive issue, and everybody rejoiced. Well, unfortunately, if you follow the commentary from that time, from our Russian colleagues that enthusiasm was not shared. And the only logical explanation is because that was not really part of the plan. So the operational consequences of this are indeed, disinformation may be one of the tools, but it's also about supporting the so-called constructive forces, using culture and so on. So the moment you see the Cossacks on the streets of Sarajevo, which was the case ago, well, they're usually not there for performing some song and dance thing. This is important also because, a lot of money goes into it. When I was walking in Belgrade 2 days ago, in the cinema not far away from Parliament, there is a film, Balkanskaya Mechta, right? Which entered into public distribution on the 21st of March, and it's a propaganda story about what happened in 1999. But what fascinates me, I've checked, it's not even terribly popular film. Not many people watch it, but then still, it's there since 21st of March. It's rather unusual. Somebody must be spending quite a good amount of money on this. So in terms of the response, I won't get into detail and we don't have the time, but let me just say that as far as we're concerned, it is about indeed resilience. And, having sort of a noble competition is fine. Having economic competition, having, we don't think much about the film produced with a lot of money coming from Moscow, but then maybe somebody will come up with a better film. Why not? But what is not on, of course, is the undermining of the institutions, is trying to disrupt, trying to do the things. Some of them I gave examples. The key thing from our point of view is that we must promote indeed a positive agenda. We have the arguments. We are working with those countries, and that's all of them, to increase the resilience to a variety of influences. And that is tremendously important because at the end of the day, whether it's disinformation, hybrid, and other things, they're a bit like a virus. So the more the institutions, situation awareness is improved, the better the people in the region can deal with this. And ultimately, and I'll finish on this point, success stories are the best antidote to a variety of efforts to try to undermine the region and not to promote a win-win situation. And one small example is Montenegro again, one of the latest member states. It's quite a significant group of people. The people from Russia who own real estate in Montenegro. They actually rejoiced personally when the country became a member of NATO because the stability of their investment has improved as a result, not the other way around, and there was more than anecdotal evidence. So in other words, that is the kind of approach that we would see as appropriate, and I'm sure various other colleagues in the panel will contribute a lot to this analysis. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert. I guess it's not a surprise that both public diplomacy guys talked about disinformation, and it's helpful to start the conversation about Russia's role in the region. Now I'd like to turn it to get a view from Moscow. So Maxim Samorukov,
that's right,
will from Carnegie in Moscow will now provide us some insight from Moscow.
Yeah, okay, I think it was enough about disinformation. I'm not going to concentrate on disinformation, and I'd rather pick up the playing field concept. Because what actually drives Russian interest in the Western Balkan region? For sure, it's not economy. Coming here, we have seen Nice, Gazprom, but we should always keep in mind that Western Balkan market, gas market, is a very small one. And it's not that important for Russia. Actually, Slovakia, a country of 5 million, buys twice as much Russian gas as the whole Western Balkan region. It's like the share of the Western Balkans in Russian gas exports is around 1%. You can't make big money on that. The same with Russian investment. There are some Russian investments here, especially in Serbia, but even if you count all the investments in the region, Moscow budget on the renovation of pavements and parks will be more or less the same. It's not big money for Russia. So it's not about economy. Neither it's about ideology. Russian authorities like to manipulate this concept of Slavic brotherhood, co-religionists, Orthodox brotherhood, historical ties, but actually it's quite all this lofty talk, but actually it's quite cynical manipulation, and it's absolutely clear that the real driving force behind Russian behavior in the Balkans is geopolitical. Russia perceives Western Balkans as a playing field, and Russia understands that it is unable to provide a positive agenda for this region, so it concentrates on negative agenda. And the main aim of Russian presence here is to sustain frozen conflicts. Because frozen conflicts, they help Russia to achieve its main aims. First of all, a country with a frozen conflict is not able to join NATO. As long as Dodik is paralyzing Bosnian national structures, Bosnia will have huge problems with carrying out any cooperation with NATO, and we see it today when for 1 year they are not able to form a national government because of Dodik's opposition to NATO integration. When you have a conflict between North Macedonia and Greece, North Macedonia are not able to join NATO. And Russia's disapproval of Prespa agreement, which was so celebrated in Europe, was precisely for the reason that as long as there is a conflict, there is no NATO membership for Macedonia. The second point is that as long as you have frozen conflicts, these countries are not able to join the European Union as well. Because formally Russia claims that it has nothing against European Union expansion, but in reality, if you look at the real action of Russia, it first of all it uses harsh criticism of the European Union in its propaganda. And the second point is that Russia doesn't want any new countries to join European Union because it will mean, for example, let's imagine that Serbia joins European Union tomorrow. It means that Serbia will introduce sanctions against Russia. It means that Serbia will scrap free trade agreement with Russia. It means that Serbia will introduce visas for Russian citizens. And it's not like a big deal in economical terms, but it will be another humiliation for Russia in geopolitical terms. As long as you have frozen conflicts, these conflicts in the Balkans, they distract Western attention and resources from post-Soviet space. It keeps Brussels and the United States preoccupied with Balkan issues, for example, with Serbia-Kosovo conflict, and they don't have that much resources and enthusiasm with coming up with initiatives in other post-Soviet countries like Ukraine or Moldova or Georgia, which Russia sees as vital for its own security. And also, like simmering conflicts in the Balkans, they provide a role for Russia in the region, an institutionalized role. As long as there is a conflict between Serbia and Kosovo, Serbia needs Russian veto power in the United Nations. As long as there is a standoff between ethnic communities in Bosnia, they need Russian, so there will be some politicians in Bosnia who seek Russian support and who want Russian support in the peace steering committee where Russia sits. This makes Russian aims in the region quite the opposite for the Western aims in the region. And it's difficult to see how you can make them compatible. But in order to find some bright side in that, I believe that Russia sees Western Balkans and its actions in the Western Balkans as a part of its broader relations with the European Union. And over the recent months, we have seen some positive developments in conflict regulation in Ukraine and this European Eastern neighborhood. And as Eastern neighborhood of Europe is a far greater priority for Russian foreign policy than Balkans, I believe that as long as there is some positive dynamics, for example, in Donbass, we are likely to see some surprising radical steps in the Balkans because Russia doesn't want to jeopardize the positive dynamics in the Donbass with some gains in the Balkans, which are of lower priority for Moscow. I think I can stop there and we just to allow other people.
Thanks, Maxime. I think putting Russia's perspective into geopolitical terms is really helpful. I would like, however, to, while you minimize Russia's economic gain here, I'd like to hear from our Serb colleagues, because I think they might have a different perspective, given that their energy requirements are held really in one hand. But I think your point is a really important one, that the interests at the end are not aligned, and this is something that we have to deal with. I'd like to now turn to Wayne Mary, Senior Fellow for Europe and Eurasia at American Foreign Policy Council. Wayne, if you'd
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I should note that I'm speaking here in a personal capacity, not an institutional one. When we look at the European state system today, among its many problems are what I would call its relations with three outlier regional great powers: Britain, Turkey, and Russia, each of which is on the edge of Europe, each of which has indubitably a European identity, a European history, a European future, and yet all of which have a very conflicted relationship with the European center and the institutions of European integration. In the Russian case, this is largely the product of the post-Cold War failures of Western powers to fashion a necessary pan-European security architecture and to at least reform, if not replace, the institutions of the Cold War with institutions more appropriate to the 21st century. This was not done. Now, this is a long story, which is best told recently in a new book by a former colleague of mine, William Hill, a diplomat who is now an historian working at the Kennan Institute in Washington, in his volume, No Place for Russia, Columbia University Press. I recommend it very highly. It is, I think, the best thing in the English language as to how Europe and Russia over the past 30 years have gotten into the mess they are in today. Now, on the Russian side, in the last decade or so, in my view, the Russian state, the Russian Derzhava, has been turning inward on itself, not just away from the European West, but also from the Chinese-dominated East and the Islamic South, seeking to build something of a Central Eurasian redoubt and pursuing a path of self-isolation and autarky. In my view, this policy is very foolish. No country can benefit from self-isolation and autarky, and least of all a country with the fairly narrow economics, demographics, and political culture which the Russian Federation currently has. In any case, the least challenging of the three vectors for Russia is the European West, because the other two, the southern and eastern vectors, challenge Russia's very territorial integrity and the integrity of its own demographics, whereas Europe does not. Unfortunately, policies both from the West and from Moscow have precluded what seems to me to be the necessary orientation for a Russian future, which is a European one. We can talk a lot about that, but just to summarize, I think back on what Talleyrand said, or is alleged to have said, about Napoleon's kidnap and murder of the Duc d'Enghien, that it was worse than a crime, it was a mistake. When I look at Russian policy toward Ukraine, I see certainly actions that involve some elements of criminality, but to call them a mistake is an enormous understatement. They're blunders of a phenomenally large nature. So whatever may be Russia's diplomatic tactical successes, its geostrategic choices in recent years, I think, have been enormously short-sighted. Now, this leads to a conflicted reaction from what is sometimes sort of casually referred to as the West, in this instance, Europe and the United States. The European state system largely now looks at Russia in adversarial terms, whereas the United States looks at Russia in confrontational terms. This is fundamentally different. If you just look, for example, at the sanctions regimes, European sanctions are designed to be transactional and temporary, whereas American sanctions regimes, which are legislated, are very much intended to be punitive and permanent. They are forever. The European state system, led by the principal European powers, are seeking some kind of a new modus vivendi with Moscow, difficult though that may be. They're seeking to engage, not to exclude. We see this, for example, in the recent decision over very strenuous and perfectly understandable Ukrainian opposition to readmit Russia to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The leading European governments in this role are, of course, Paris and Rome, and we see that increasingly two of the other regional outlier states playing an important role in this relationship. As Britain leaves the principal European institutions, its voice will be absent in terms of dealing with Russia. And of course, the Russian-Turkish entente is playing an increasingly important role in Russia's ability to deal with various parts of Europe. And I think we should also keep in mind that the economic relationships between Russia and Europe are not solely about energy, important as that may be. Russians play a role in the demographics of most European countries, which is not true in the United States, although there are a great many Russian immigrants living there. And the role of financial relationships, particularly illegal financial relationships, are extraordinarily important. And this is not just a matter of kind of the classic money laundering European countries like Cyprus and Malta, but we have recently seen in Latvia and Estonia, in the relationships with Denmark and Sweden and Austria, the fact that European countries are very, very much voluntarily engaged in the dirty money relationships with countries to the east, of which Russia is the largest, but by no means alone. Now, in the United States, our Russia policy is today overwhelmingly driven by domestic politics. We're in the bizarre situation that a president of the United States who came into office enunciating a very Nixonian policy toward Russia, one which was in large measure influenced by Henry Kissinger, is incapable of carrying out that policy for reasons of his own domestic politics. And we now have a situation in which the relationship between the United States and the Russian Federation is at, in my personal experience, which goes back to the Nixon years, the worst I have ever seen. During my first posting to the American Embassy in Moscow in the early 1980s, the two countries were on the edge of actual nuclear conflict. We now know that 1983 was one of the most dangerous years in human history, in which there was almost a war. And I remember vividly the palpable sense of fear that I felt as a well-informed American diplomat in Moscow in that year, 1983. And yet, we had better communication between Moscow and Washington, diplomatic communication, official communications, human communications, than we do today. We're now in a situation in which the risk of war between the two countries, I like to think, is fairly low. But the ability of the two countries to engage with each other in any kind of way that serves international peace and security is damn near non-existent. And in fact, the entire web of Cold War treaties and post-Cold War treaties is rapidly disappearing, and I regret to say, starting with the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, largely as the responsibility of my own country. Now, this creates something of a dilemma in terms of how you can build some kind of a modus vivendi with Russia, because American policy and European policy start from very different premises of what we're trying to achieve. And that reflecting the fact that while the United States is very much a European power, America is, of course, not a European country, not a European culture, not a European society, thank God, and because the United States is not welcome at Europe's common table. Not only are we excluded from the principal institutions of European integration, increasingly we're looked at as a rival and an adversary. You just look at some recent actions of major European governments, it's quite clear that they regard Silicon Valley and Wall Street as a greater threat than they do the Moscow Kremlin. Final point is I would like to address the role of Serbia in creation of this new modus vivendi. This is a long process, a slow process. But it strikes me that Serbia, because of its history and its culture, has a potentially unique role to play in terms of reestablishing forms of communication between Europe and Russia, and in both directions. The problem is that it is looked upon with suspicion by Western governments, particularly my own, and I suspect also in Moscow, every time it tries to play this role. And I think that's unfortunate And if there's any message I would like to leave behind, is that all of our governments, European governments, American government, Russian government, should welcome a new role for Serbia as an honest broker intermediary between Europe and Russia, between the West and Russia, because it has understanding and experience and human contacts that at the moment I think none of the rest of us do have, and that I think are uniquely valuable in what is an extraordinarily dangerous period if we don't at least start talking to each other.
Thank you, Wayne. I want to leave time for questions, so I want to move on, but I'm very interested to parse out a little bit about what's preventing communication. So that very interesting point. I'd like to move on to a view from the Baltics. Dalia Bankuskayache, how's that? Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
From an adjunct fellow from the Center of European Policy Analysis. So Dalia, please.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here and a great honor. And on my way from Vilnius to Belgrade, I was thinking, what Baltics have in common with Balkans? And I think there's one thing in common, that sometimes U.S. President calls Baltics Balkans. but I'm sure that there's much more and than that. We Baltics and Balkans are young states, and we face challenges, and we handle challenges of statecrafting our states, becoming really small, beautiful, and smart countries and reliable partners in the Western world. Now, Baltic experience. The Baltic states are on the border, on the Russia's border, which puts us, Baltic states, in a vulnerable position due to Russia's concept of strategic depth. It means that Russia's safety and security is at the expense of neighbor safety and security. We talk about a buffer zone. And Russia's strategic goal in the Baltic states, in a nutshell, is as following. First of all, to discredit Baltic's choice to join the West. And to discredit, first of all, for the international community, to show Baltic states as not reliable partners or hysterical, Russophobic states, as well as to their public to say, look, they failed. Once they were part of the same Soviet regime, Soviet or USSR space. Also, it's to undermine NATO, reputation, NATO, by probing its vulnerability on eastern flank, whether NATO can afford to defend Baltic states, whether the Baltic states are defendable in principle, and there I talk about Suwalki corridor and the geographics of that area. And also it is about strategic patience. This is where Russia is very good at, is to get your opponent to get tired, to be tired of solving defendability issues of Baltic states like NATO or the EU, as well as to try to weary the Baltic public for increasing the commitment, increasing even financial contributions to the defense budgets of each country. So what is the response could be? The Baltic states' response is total defense. Actually, you can ask, can we, living in the liquid modernity, this is the terms used by prominent philosophers, Polish philosopher Zygmunt Bauman and Lithuanian philosopher Leonidas Donskis, when we live in times of liquid modernity, when globalization versus individualism, uncertainty, social change, separatism, can our information space be secured and safe? What are the solutions? As always, there are things that are very simple when you structure it. When you have a problem, it's first of all wake-up call. then understand, and then action plan. And when handling securing the information space in Baltic states, wake-up call happened long ago. And if we talk to Baltic states armed forces, they would say that was in 1992. My personal wake-up call was in 2007 when Vilnius became European Capital of Culture. That is a very successful project, European project, and it was challenged. It was badly challenged communication-wise, challenged by hostile agents in order to compromise. A second thing is, in other parts of the world, this wake-up call is not yet happened, I would say, judging the Western communities. Second step is understanding. So once you understanding, I call it fact-checking. It's important, but far away it's not sufficient. Or now algorithm technologies help to do that and to monitor, and we really name all these techniques and describe. But to describe the problem, as British people say, admiring the problem is not enough. You have to think what to do. So all these techniques, quantitative, qualitative, and contextual, should be put together. But moreover, it's discourse interpretation. Discourse understanding is the key thing in action. And action plan. What to do? As I said, in Baltic states is a total defense concept. Non-military, non-defense with the defense measures together. I talk about interoperability of both the state, institutions, and civic society. But the core thing for that all is vision. The state has to have the vision, because there's no communication without a content. Vision, the state, what kind of state you want to be. And when that is interpreted, explained to the public, you can build your positive narratives. And then this hybrid threats that we are all exposed, not only because of the hostile, malign agents, but as I said, because of this liquid modernity that we live as a society, as the world, is really well structured. You can tell your story who you are, rather than to be all the time in a defensive position in describing the problem and trying to counteract. So that's in short.
Thank you, Dalia. I think your initial comment to an effort to find this link between the Balkans and the Baltics, I think you helped us get there by talking about the Russian efforts focused on their narratives. And I think if we look closely, and I'd like to examine that further, if we look closely, you'll see some very common strands and common themes that I think are applicable, and not just to both the Baltics and the Balkans. So to keep this moving along, I'd like to introduce Dragan Šutanovac, former Minister of Defense and currently the President of the Council of Foreign Strategic Policy. Please.
Thank you, John, very much. I would like to ask you to take the phones. I will speak in Serbian because I think it's important for Serbian audience to hear it. English is not a problem, but for me it's important that people can hear what we're speaking. Ja sam, nažalost, jedini, koliko vidim, sa Balkana koji učestvuje u debati u kojoj govorimo o ruskom uticaju na Balkanu i, nažalost, kratko je vreme. Pa on iz Vašingtona dolazi, čovjek.
Još jedan.
Da. I, nažalost, je malo vremena za ovu temu koja, verujem, da iziskuje višednevni panel i višednevnu analizu. Ako znamo ono što smo i čuli, a ja ću da vam potvrdim da su ekonomski odnosi Srbije sa Rusijom potpuno zanemarljivi za Rusiju, a za Srbiju, da kažem, minimalni, imajući u vidu da, recimo, izvoz srpske industrije u Europsku uniju je bukvalno 10 puta veći nego u Rusku federaciju, da su investicije koje su došle iz Europske unije takođe 10 puta veće nego iz Ruske federacije, da donacije koje dolaze iz zapadnog sveta su nemerljivo veće, znači ne govorimo više od 10 puta, već je to bukvalno nemerljivo veće. Onda se postavlja pitanje, a šta je to što u stvari i na koji način Rusija vrši uticaj u Srbiji i kako se taj uticaj ja se neću složiti da su to velika novčana sredstva, najlakše širi u Srbiji. I stvar je u stvari pre svega emocija. I kada odete kod lekara, lekar vam kaže da su ljudi podeljeni na levu i desnu stranu, pa imate levu i desnu ruku, levo i desno oko, ali kad pričate o Srbima, mi smo podeljeni negde otprilike u visini vrata i onda imate deo gde vam se nalazi srce i deo gde je razum. I kada pitate ljude u Srbiji koju zemlju najviše vole posle Srbije, dobit ćete verovatno dosta unison odgovor da je to Rusija, a kada ih isto tako pitate gde bi volili da leče svoju decu, da ih obrazuju, koji sistem da se implementira u Srbiji, koje slobode, onda će vam reći pa naravno Evropska unija, Amerika, Kanada, Norveška i tako dalje. I to je znači jedan unutrašnji sukob koji ruska strana izuzetno vešto koristi, da li se radi kroz plasiranje novca u neki film koji je očigledno državni projekat ili recimo kroz radnju freske u hramu Svetih Sava koji je izuzetno važan za Srbe, pa onda kad uradite donaciju te freske, to se očigledno mnogo više valorizuje nego da opremite desetine škola, bolnica, domova zdravlja i tako dalje. I očigledno da Rusi to znaju i nije, moram da skrenem pažnju, ovde pitanje samo dezinformacija. Dezinformacije je nešto što kako postoje ove društvene mreže postalo aksijom i naravno da funkcioniše sa svih strana. Što je građanstvo manje obrazovano, lakše je uticati na njega putem dezinformacije, ali činjenica je da recimo u ovoj godini u Srbiji je bio predsednik Rusije, premijer Rusije, a otprilike u februaru mesecu dolazi ministar spoljnih poslova Lavrov. I to je jedan desant na Srbiju u kome oni koriste te mogućnosti, jer ako pogledamo malo bolje, objektivno, zapadno od Moskve, Srbija je jedina zemlja koja na taj način prima visoke predstavnike iz Rusije uz toliko pompe i naravno da njima to odgovara, a sve to onda posle proizvodi drugačiju reakciju. I juče sam dao jedan mali primer, znači mi smo imali mogućnost da u Srbiji ugostimo popredsednika Amerike poslednji put, ja mislim 2014. godine ili 15. Pre toga je premijer pokojni Zoran Đinđić imao priliku da razgovara sa predsednikom Amerike Bushem, a predsednik Vučić je rekao da će se uskoro 17. put sresti sa Putinom. I tu nema informacije, dezinformacije, to je naprosto činjenično stanje i ukoliko želimo da to činjenično stanje promenimo, morat ćemo da pokušamo da angažujemo naše prijatelje sa zapada da se malo više angažuju oko regiona za koje smatram da je izuzetno teškom stanju i za koje takođe moramo da gledamo kao geopolitički prostor u kome je do pre 10 godina izgledalo kao da Milo Đukanović i vlada Crne Gore nikad neće okrenuti se ka Briselu. Kad sletite u Podgoricu, mislim da je dan danas prvo piše na ruskom dobrodošli, pa onda posle na engleskom i crnogorskom, srpskom, kako god želite. Međutim, Crna Gora se odlučila, umeđu vremenu, kao što je pomenuto ovde, Makedonija se takođe odlučila i sada poprište tih velikih igara u kojima u Srbiji postoji izreka kad se slonovi tuku, strada trava, u kojima Srbija postaje poprište, kažem, te neke velike geopolitičke igre za koju mi očigledno kao jedan mali narod nismo, da kažem, dorasli, negde je nismo ni zaslužili, ali se ona ovde vodi. I ta igra neće biti samo igra kroz dezinformacije, jer utisak je da se ovde dolaskom Sputnika pre nekoliko godina, poslednjim potpisivanjem sporazuma o otvaranju nekih informativno-kulturnih ruskih predstavništava, finansiranja od strane različitih ruskih fondacija nekog novog NVO sektora koji ovde čak recimo tokom leta održava paravojne kampove za, da kažem, decu mlađu od 18 godina. Utisak je da će ovde da se mnogo ozbiljnih stvari dešava, a naravno sa ciljem i uz jednu doktrinu, dok su deo problema, deo su rešenja. Nama više problemi ne trebaju. Nama trebaju samo rešenja, a naravno podložni smo da budemo u problemu i bojim se da ako ne budemo svi radili na rešenju, da ćemo doći u situaciju da budemo u još većim problemima. I apropo medijske manipulacije, kako to izgleda u Srbiji i dosta je teško to prihvatiti logički. Dakle, ovde je pre nekoliko dana bila velika vojna vežba na kojoj je doteran sistem protiv vazduhoplovni S-400. Za one koji se razumeju, znaju da taj sistem u Srbiji ne bi imao nikakvu vrednostnu upotrebu. Nešto bi moglo da spreči u nekom kraćem periodu, ali ne ukoliko bi imali sukob kao 1999. godine. Dan nakon vežbe je taj sistem, koji inače bio bez raketa u Srbiji, spakovan i otišao iz Srbije. Ja sam tog dana se malo šalio na Twitteru i rekao sada čekam kada će neko objaviti da je sistem ostao u Srbiji i možete da pogodite, već sutradan je u nekom tabloidima stajalo da su Rusi ostavili S-400, on je tu negde sad sakriven i samo što se nije uključio ukoliko bude neophodno. I sad svi ovde možemo sa podsmehom da reagujemo na to i naravno da hoćemo, ali verujte mi da jedan dobar deo građana Srbije kad to pročita, pa malo mistično, pa je tu Putin, pa je S-400, pa onda NATO se trese, pa Hrvati ne znaju šta će sa sobom, pa su Bugari u problemu, pa ne znam, Albanci su već počeli da beže preko prokletija, sve to skupa nekom tamo čoveku koji nema vremena da se bavi ozbiljnim informacijama, on ovo pokupi negde na Facebooku, on kaže, evo, od danas smo mi postali neka sila, to što je meni pražan frižider, što nemam u rezervoaru gorivo, to je sad manje važno nego mi sad da se mi tu rešimo problema u kojima se nalazimo. I ovo je samo mali deo priče koja se ovde valja, s tim što ja, moram naglasim i to, mislim da Srbija mora da ostane na evropskom putu, nemam nikakvu dilemu, mislim da sistem kolektivne bezbednosti je takođe neophodan za Srbiju. Davno sam rekao da je Srbija ostrvo okruženo NATO-om, pa me čak Jelena tom prilikom kritikovala, a u stvari se to, kao što vidimo, i ostvarilo ili se ostvaruje, ali Srbija treba da nađe način da sarađuje sa Rusijom, pre svega u interesu svojih građana, a ne u interesu ruske vrhuške, koja očigledno nema identičan interes kao i građani Srbije. Hvala.
Thank you very much. I want to again keep this moving, so we'll turn back to the Baltics, to Sanda Svetoko from the NATO Strategic Communications in Latvia. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. I would like maybe not that much focus on Baltics this time, because Dalia actually gave a very good outline already what Russia is doing in Baltics and what are the main activities there. But I would like to go back to what has been said before also by Maxim and others about the main Russia's goals in the region and in the Baltic region and also Balkan region. Yeah, I have to agree that Russia sees Balkans as the battlefield, as a theater, and this is some kind of place where it can leverage its activities against West and all the actions which are done here and also in the Baltics are playing this game. Basically, they are all done in order to serve this big purpose. One of the ways to do that is actually to use and actually Russia sees also the Balkan region as quite vulnerable region. It's just recently there was a conflict ongoing, and then still there are plenty of vulnerabilities there which can be used and exploited So there are unresolved border issues, you have still some ethnic disputes, and as Dalia already mentioned, similarly to Baltics, also the Balkan countries are young democracies, young countries which are still developing and still trying to get to the stage where other countries maybe have made a way long ago. So when going back to narratives, and I would say that Russia is using a lot of those narratives via their media channels and also by official statements and other tools. And one of the big narrative which is used in, I would say, both Baltics and also Balkans is this big East versus West game. So the aim is to show that there is this big clash and division, and there is the conflict ongoing. And in the Balkans, you have those two interests clashing. You have West and US involvement in the Balkans, and the Kosovo issue. You have NATO, who is trying to force countries to join. And this conflict is ongoing, and there is this attempt to show that there is a potential for the threat. The countries are not on the same page. There might be some clash or conflict happening in the future as well. So the same narrative is also used in the Baltics, that NATO is preparing for some kind of third war. And there is definitely a war coming up, and people should be prepared for that. So creating that kind of threatening feeling and making people more vulnerable. Yesterday, one of the speakers, I think from the Czech Republic, was touching quite interesting story about experiences of Czech Republic and alliances. This story really resonated with me as well as a Latvian, because being part of having this experience of being part of Soviet Union, and now we are part of EU and NATO, this resonates a lot, because we are young countries, and we value sovereignty very highly and independence very highly. And of course, those issues like we should be masters of ourselves, nobody should tell us what to do. Those sovereignty issues are also often used by Russia as narrative, saying that basically, okay, you are out of Soviet Union, you are out of Warsaw Pact, you are not Yugoslavia anymore, but see what happens. There is the EU, there is NATO, which comes after you, and you will use your sovereignty as soon as you will join one of those organizations or alliances. I would say this is quite powerful, because it resonates with the young countries which just have stepped out of the pace of being in one or another alliance. When talking about Russia's activities, we shouldn't always say that they are hostile, or there is only disinformation or bad activities happening there. Of course not. And each country has to decide whether they see the influence or cooperation with any other country as hostile or threatening to them or not. Many countries, and I would say Baltics and some of the countries in the Balkans have admitted, yeah, we have seen some hostile activity happening in our country. So what to do about that? Me coming from the Stockholm Center for Excellence, we normally, our recommendation to the hybrid threat or hostile influence in the country would be, we should know our audiences. We should understand what people in our countries, what are their needs. So why they are not trusting governments? Are they economically, do they have enough economic or social welfare? Do they trust media, and et cetera, et cetera? And the next step would be, when you have identified what your audience and what your people actually would need, it would be to follow those requests or the needs and follow what you have said to people or promised to people and prove it by work. So this is what the strategic communications is about, basically following words and deeds. And of course, it refers not only to the governments and countries themselves, but also sometimes to international organizations. If we say something and we promise something, then we have to keep our word. And the third response would be, of course, for the country to understand what it stands for, what its values, aims, its foreign policy, to be on the same track, and I would say this would be the best response, how to treat the hostile influence and be resilient to any external action with malicious intent. So I will stop here.
Thank you very much. And we'll turn to our final speaker. Raif Bajrović is the co-chair of a rather new organization, US-Europe Alliance.
Yes, thank you very much. Since I'm last, I am tempted to respond to many wise comments we heard from my predecessors that I often agree with, but there's a lot that I disagree with. But instead of, responding to all the insights that are maybe different than mine, I'll just go right ahead and say several things before we get into the discussion. I think the most important thing that happened in the last 15 years, 14 years, since the election of Angela Merkel, was Emmanuel Macron's interview for The Economist. Why? Because he single-handedly ended the era of German influence, the German leadership in the region. German leadership in the region since Merkel's election was predicated on the US letting the Europeans take charge. And the Germans took charge in Europe. And the essential ingredient of German influence in the region was the European membership perspective of the region. So I think Macron's comment, which many have perceived as the end of European integration perspectives for the region, at least for the foreseeable future. So the carrot that was always offered to the region is now either not there or it's very distant. I think it was primarily his way of getting back at Merkel for whatever disagreements they have on other issues. But the influence here is going to be real nonetheless, regardless of what the motivation behind Macron's non was. I think we live in a new reality. I think this is some sort of at least a messaging vacuum of perspective. I think there's some sort of a very tangible disappointment, at least among the elite so far. I've spoken to many of my friends in Macedonia, of course, who are very angry. The Albanians, people in Belgrade are more or less aware of new reality. I think Serbian government was most prepared for this new reality, and some in the government were actually hoping for it. But I think that this is the new reality we live in. And what a lot of people are afraid of is that 1878, 1914, 1941, 1989, every single time the world order on Eurasian continent changed, there was bloodshed here. Those are facts. Some parts of Europe managed to avoid it. 1989 was, 1990, 1991, 92 were catastrophic for people in this region. They were absolutely horrific. I mean, we're talking about losses of World War II proportions. And there were factors, of course, that are unique to the region that contributed to this, but it's undeniable that whatever happened in the wider context had a very negative influence for what went on here. So I think the vacuum that Macron created was intentional, and I think that it was it's caused a huge disappointment in Berlin as well, because Berlin no longer can wield its influence here by offering EU membership perspective to many of the countries and wanting things in exchange. I think Berlin's goal here in the last 15 years, goals were mostly reached. I think they wanted Croatia in before the rest of the region, despite the fact, for example, that Macedonia, 15 years ago or 20 years ago was far more prepared for membership than Croatia. Croatia managed to get in. They pushed Serbia ahead, especially Mr. Šutanovac's predecessor's government. Tadić's government was sort of the favorite in the region. They pushed them ahead of everybody else, and it made this sort of a train where everybody had their place, where the region was supposed to go forward. While at the same time pretending to not, we heard even messages yesterday and before yesterday here to the people in the region. You have to understand. I think our colleague from the Martin Center is not here. I don't see him. You have to understand that you have to. Europe expects you to realize that Russia is a threat, and you shouldn't be cooperating with Russia and China, right? That was the message from a very. It was a clear message. Now, I think that message is not entirely correct, because Germans and the French have been cooperating with the Russians in this region very closely for the last 14, 15 years during this, what I think is a sort of period where Merkel government called the shots. And let's not even talk about the cooperation they have with the Russians right now. Yesterday, the Bundestag passed the Nord Stream 2 law. Yesterday, which is in contravention with European regulation, third energy package. Let's not even talk about the cooperation with the Chinese on 5G. There's defense cooperation to this day, and the response then is, European integration helps you fight Russian influence and the Chinese influence. I completely disagree. The bridge in Croatia, Pelješac, very controversial bridge, financed by the European Commission, built by Chinese companies, with Chinese workers. There's Chinese police that are now somewhat present in the EU, in Dubrovnik area, for example. Russians have created, while the region was going towards the EU, Russians have done very well in terms of their energy interests. They've expanded into Croatia. Nobody wants to admit the fact that they now own, the Gazprom subsidiary in Croatia now owns Ploče port, a strategic port on the Mediterranean. This is a recent development. There's a close cooperation between Croatian government and the Russians on many other issues. There's a history of German and French cooperation with the Russians in Bosnia that I'm not even going to get into the details. If you look at people who've dealt with this in the State Department, actually are most well placed to testify to this. By the so-called Peace Implementation Council Steering Board, the Russians usually got support from the Germans and the French, though not publicly, but very strongly. For Mr. Petric is here for closure of OHR. Germany went as far as imposing OHR closure as a precondition for candidacy for Bosnia for the EU membership, with full Russian support. I mean, these are things, and the U.S., honestly speaking, was not very interested in this region. I mean, I live in Washington, I'm an American, and my message is always geared towards my, fellow Americans, especially people here who are officials and who will likely be officials in the next administration. U.S. was not really interested. I mean, U.S. was interested in Macedonia, we got it done. They changed their name, we pushed them, in the right direction. U.S. was interested in NATO membership for Montenegro, we got it done, despite the fact that there was a coup attempt. The U.S. was never really interested. The U.S. sort of let this region be under German, we led from behind, let's be honest. I mean, those were the facts in last 12, 13, since the failure of the April package, and Mr. Petric will know this very well, since 2006. So I think that expecting the region to sort of, say no to Russia and China, while the West is in sort of this, objectively speaking, especially we're talking about German, German-French relationship is in disarray after Macron's interview and generally whatever he did with the ending the enlargement as a perspective, I think is with all due respect is childish. I think there has to be some sort of initiative that will fill this vacuum, with full understanding that Russians are here. They have, in my view, very serious influence on Serbia, I think decisive influence, and the rest of the region as well. especially in Bosnia. So I think that this vacuum can be filled with U.S. taking charge now, realizing that the Brits are leaving the EU. They're more than willing. I have friends in the British government. There is some willingness to engage in the Balkans. They want to have a grand gesture so Britain can show that it's still a continental power. This can be on Bosnia's NATO membership, which is not as impossible as some others, and I'm ending now. And I think that there's opportunities in commerce, in privatizing the large state-owned parts of the economy, and maybe facing the reality that EU membership now is not in the cards for next 20 years, and that we have to prepare for next generation to keep this region from turning on itself again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I told you 2 hours wasn't going to be enough to discuss this. Before I open it up to questions, I was going to try to pull things together, but I wanted to open up to the panelists first to see if anybody wants to respond to any of the comments that were made. We have a big panel, very diverse group, and we covered a lot of ground. So does anybody want to, Gordon?
Yeah, just as I led and truncated my comments, I want to jump back in very quickly. The problem is not with Russia is not our behavior. Robert and I were both in NATO at the end of the Cold War, and we were there when the first Russian generals walked through the hallways. NATO welcomed Russian participation and cooperation. Russia did not want to join the system, because our system is a threat to the way that they have structured their society. Russia, I spoke earlier about underlying lies. The underlying lie is that we froze Russia out. We welcomed Russia in. And the compromise that came out was the NATO-Russia Council, because Russia wants to be the equal to the powers, not one of many. And the rest of us are working as one of many. This continues to be the policy today. For the United States, we have a relationship with Russia. France has a relationship with Russia. Others have a relationship with Russia. That's not the problem. Russian behavior is the problem. When we disagree, we have fora in which we sit down and talk about it. When a country disagrees with Russia, they invade. Georgia and Ukraine are examples, and the ongoing campaigns against all of our countries is also an example. So it's Russian behavior that our sanctions are targeted at, and that our policies are targeted at. For the region, and for Serbia in particular, my question is this: are you a partner with Russia, or are you a platform? I would argue that Russia sees Serbia as a platform to destabilize the rest of the region, which NATO and the EU are trying to bring in stability. The problem for them is that there is a successful model that disproves the organization which they have created in their society, and that is the threat that we hold, and that is what they're trying to disprove. So I don't hold that it's the U.S. policy to say ignore Russia and ignore China. It is hold them to the same standards that we hold ourselves. Russia in the OSCE has a perfect pan-European forum to work out its security issues. It never chooses to do so. Instead, it chooses to play the role of the spoiler in the OSCE. China has the WTO, in which it can work out its trade issues, and yet chooses to use WTO cover to foment unequal practices across the continent, indeed across the globe. So it is behavior that is the problem, and it is not having a relationship with a different country that is the problem.
Thank you. Robert, you want to respond?
Yes, let's have a bit of polemic. I mean, we are different. You wouldn't have this discussion in Moscow, I can tell you that. First point, Mr. Mary, you suggested that Russia has sort of, and it's a kind of self-isolation. I think it's much more complicated than this. that is neither an intention nor actually what's happening. It's a kind of, approach more, I think, a bit like what Gordon just said, have a cake and eat it. When they talk about this sovereign internet, it's not a completely bonkers idea as it sounds at first glance, because it's not about disconnecting Russia from the internet. It's introducing certain filters which would allow Russia to use the system, enter the system, play in, again, playing field, but to close it off whenever it feels convenient. And it's, by the way, it's the same principle as China has this towards video, etc. You use the principles, the rules which are convenient for you, but happily disregard the others. So it's not about self-validation. There might be unintended consequences, not our problem, frankly speaking, of Russian policies, which are very unpopular and many places, and most people who understand what's going on, but that's a different story. The second issue, I wanted to, Mr. Bayrovich, were you here when the representative of the European Commission was talking about the vision for the region? You're entitled to your views, but you present things, these are the facts. They're not exactly the facts. What was missing, and then maybe it was just a question of didn't have the time to develop this. That may be the intention for Russia to have, countries here as an object, but that's not how things are. And there was nothing about the countries here. What about their policies? What about their choices? This is not some kind of a group where everybody from outside just can come and dictate. That's not how it works. That's not how we approach this, for example, and I don't think that's how you approach this. And I think next year it's going to be actually very interesting. A lot of things will be happening irrespective of some political decisions. The basic message from my side is this, and as has been said yesterday, including by Ambassador Ilden, where it concerns policy choices, purchase choices, etc. All the countries, of course, are fully sovereign, and they make those choices. However, our humble message would be calculate properly when you make those choices. Do the cost-benefit analysis. Look at the totality of the relations, and there's been a lot of interesting statistics where we talk about the trade, for example, balance and various other things. So, in other words, good. Let's have sort of different views. That's fine, but let's not sort of go in the direction where we start portraying Western Balkans as a region where basically things are just decided, in some other places. That's not how it should be, and I personally strongly believe that is just not the case.
Just one second.
Yeah.
So we'll get to Minister Shutanovich just a second, and I see two questions. We'll get to them, but I want to give Wayne and Rauf a chance to respond. So, Wayne, you want to go first, and then?
Okay, thank you. The reason I referred to Ambassador William Hill's book is that I didn't want to get into a long discussion about what happened in the 90s. He does that very well in about 600 pages. I would just note that I was a participant, first in the American Embassy in Moscow and then working for the Secretary of Defense all during the 90s. I know perfectly well what we did and did not do. I know that most of our engagement was more cosmetic than substantive, and this is not just my view. Secretary of Defense Perry says exactly the same thing. On the internet, well, lots of countries are trying to get more control of cyberspace within their own borders. Just 2 days ago, the German Chancellor called for doing exactly the same thing in Europe. The internet is a hell of a lot more free in Russia than it is in Turkey right now. I can name you a number of countries that are beginning to try to get worried about their sovereignty in cyberspace. This is going to be a big theme for Silicon Valley and for a lot of countries. It's a theme in Washington too. The notion that somehow information wants to be free, yes, but a lot of things want to be free. Disinformation wants to be free. Crime wants to be free. Terrorism wants to be free. And governments are finding that they have responsibilities to their citizens, and that includes regulation and some element of control over cyberspace. And I don't think that should be a big surprise to anybody other than a bunch of libertarians in Silicon Valley.
just quickly, I think you might have misunderstood me, or I might have come across, that way. My feeling has always been that Western Europe produces much more history than the Balkans can absorb. I mean, honestly, it's very hard. If you look at, we can live in the now and we can live in the immediate future or in the immediate past, but our lives are shaped by what happened before us. Path dependence is it's a real thing. So if you are from here, you know that the 20th century was one of 2 big invasions, and I know that it's not something people want to talk about, but those are the facts. And the region is now, what's left of the region, the Western Balkans 6, have been told last week, I think it was 7 days ago now, that if you read what President Macron has said, first of all, there's no enlargement. Let's not beat around the bush. I heard a person from the European Commission yesterday, and you were quite right to point that out. But what they said is not what, that's not how it works. They don't decide. It's the sovereign government's decision in the European Union to allow for enlargement to continue or not. And the second most important, or the first most important country, I don't know, they have to agree amongst themselves who's most important, has just told us no. And as a matter of fact, if you read Mr. Macron's interview, there's something that I'd like to just add based on what Mr. Mary has said. He mentions Islam 3 times. He says that Islam is the biggest threat to European civilization. He said that Russians should cooperate with, in his view, with the West to address this threat, because Russia has had, the first sort of problem with it, because Russia is surrounded by Muslim populations, I quote. And third, he says that Bosnia is a jihadi hotbed. Now, not a single European official has refuted this claim. Not a single one. The last time we heard somebody say that was, I think, 1991, when Milosevic talked about Bosnia in that way before, we all know what happened. So I think that's unfortunately, I hope that I'm wrong and I hope that you're right. But considering the history of this region and considering how the region has suffered because of Europeans, and I repeat, production of history, I think we have every right to be a bit cautious. Thanks.
Okay, I see 3 questions, and we'll get to the questions. First, Minister Stein, let him.
Probat ću da budem kratak. Postavilo se pitanje da li je Srbija partner ili platforma. Mislim da je i jedno i drugo, ali platforma pre svega. Platforma na kojoj se vežba soft power, gde se očigledno izuzetno lako prima. Ali Srbija je, nažalost, platforma i za delove zapadnog sveta. Znate, ja znam da je Brexit, naravno, ogroman problem za Evropsku uniju, Veliku Britaniju, ali pogađa i region. Pregovori koji nisu otvoreni za Severnu Makedoniju i Albaniju je pucanj u koleno regiona. Nedavne izjave Makrona oko NATO-a i Evropske unije isto idu u pravcu igranja na toj platformi na kojoj euroskeptici daju na značaju da su to projekti koji su propali i kojima nema spasa. Znate, kada vi čujete da neko stopirao mogućnost otvaranja pregovora za Makedoniju, a da u isto vreme Makedonci su, da kažem, ispunili sva očekivanja i svesni da je preko njihove države više miliona ljudi, da kažem za njih dalekog ili bliskog istoka, prešlo i otišlo u tu Evropu, a da oni ne mogu da započnu pregovore. Pa izvinite, pa to je katastrofa za sve nas. I sad jedan samo kratka završetak. Znate, imao sam priliku da drugujem sa čovekom koga izuzetno cenim, bivši ministar odbrane Turske, gospodin Gonul, koji mi je rekao u jednom iskrenom razgovoru: Turska nije dostegla NATO standard pa ušla u NATO, nego je NATO ušao u Tursku i uspostavio standard. Ako se od Srbije i Balkana zapadnog, na kome smo mi platforma, to bude prepustilo da mi sami se borimo s tim, U sve te izjave koje stižu, pa sad da li su unutrašnje izjave za unutrašnju predstavu u nekim zemljama pojedinačnim ili nisu, više nije važno, bojim se da ćemo ići u pravcu problema. A nekako se pogodi da kad je problem na Zapadnom Balkanu, bude problem i u pola Evrope. I ne bude problem u Francuskoj. Ili poslednje stignu u Francusku. Jer ova ruta koja ide, stara čuvena ruta koja prolazi put svile, pogodi prvo Austriju, pa pogodi, ne znam, Češku, Nemačku, te zemlje koje su tu i tamo, da kažem, bliže i vekovima vezane za ovaj prostor.
Thank you. I want to now open it up. Jelena, you'll be second. I saw my first hand here. Then over to you, okay.
Thank you very much. If I may add my voice to Latvia and Lithuania, I wasn't in the panel, just say very few quick remarks and a question at the end. I think that Russia has very few friends, actually, and they are desperate to get friends to show that they still have allies and friends, and they still suffer for what they see that their weakness was misused by the West after the end of the Cold War, so they were robbed of their allies and even former Soviet republics as if those countries were not occupied and kept by force, etc., etc. And these days you can see how Putin is really desperate to have people by his side on the 9th of May parade in Moscow, whoever, to have there. And what do? You may buy friends. So, and if Gerhard Schröder was mentioned, I mean, they bought a whole German chancellor to put him on top of the hydrocarbon oligarchy. So they got a lot of self-confidence. If you can buy a German chancellor, you can buy virtually anybody. So politicians, celebrities, you name it. So to have them around to show that their system is still appreciated and so on. But now let's look at who has recognized as legal certain acts by Russia. After the aggression against Georgia, the so-called independence of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Who has recognized that? Vanuatu, Nauru, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Al-Assad's regime in Damascus. That's about it, right? Tell me who are your friends, I will tell you who you are. This is basically an old Russian proverb, by the way. So, who has recognized the illegal land grab, the annexation of Crimea? Nobody. Not even Russia's closest allies as Belarus or Armenia or Kazakhstan. Nobody has recognized that. Even though we speak of a union state between Russia and Belarus, de facto Crimea became part of this union state in virtue of this annexation. So Russia has tried to mirror the European Union and NATO by creating the Eurasian Union and the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organizations. Excuse me for this word, but these look to me like perversities. I mean, they are in the sense that we talk about a new Warsaw Pact and a new Comecon, basically, because nothing else would come if these organizations are absolutely not democratic and are fully manipulated from Moscow by all means. And what does Russia have to offer to have friends? Oil, gas, you can buy them on the market from elsewhere, nuclear power plants, and arms. These are basically all what they have to offer. There were discussions about the S-400s, all these emblematic Russian things with which they want to mark their territories and their friends, including in Turkey. So, and they are looking for fertile ground in terms of finding nations, peoples who are disappointed in the West for all sorts of reasons, or who have anti-American, anti-Western sentiments that they exploit fully to the fullest possible extent. And when I look how successful the Russian propaganda and diplomacy is in presenting and making Russia much more powerful and much more benign than it actually is, on one sense, and we try to basically grossly overestimate, in a way, the Russian potential. Why? Because Russia uses precisely the countries that are receptive to its influence and to the money they push. So if this country here would not wish to be influenced that much by Russia, the Russian influence would be close to zero comparatively, because economically Russia is a dwarf compared to the Western world. The size of its economy is somewhere the size of Italian's economy, so it's nothing to compare to the United States, Canada, the whole of Europe, Japan, and what we could call the global Western world. And
sir,
finally,
did you say you have a question?
Yes, I will come to the question. The question is now that, as I mentioned, the
Sooner than
Eurasian
later,
Union
please.
is that Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, signed a free trade agreement now with this Eurasian Union. Is this going to affect, slow down any prospects of proceeding further with the negotiations with the European Union, with the other union? That is my question. But excuse me for these comments. I felt that I should say some words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a couple of questions and then we'll let the panel answer. Jelena, please.
I will have a question. Biće upućeno Gordonu. Na početku svog odličnog izlaganja je rekao da treba neke bitke prihvatiti, a neke bitke ne prihvatiti, a onda je pitanje će biti upućeno delom i Robertu u smislu da stvari moraju da krenu iz zemalja regiona, da nikako ne zavisimo baš od okruženja, od odluka i poteza zemalja članica NATO i EU. Ovo je poslednji slajd našeg najnovijeg istraživanja koje uvek napravimo pred Beogradsku NATO nedelju, kome su ispitanici pitani da li veruju da je od posljedica upotrebe municije sa osiromašenim uranijumom i da li je ona izazvala epidemiju raka u Srbiji. Kao što vidite, 78% misli, ja znam, Roberte, da je ovo panel u Rusiji, sačekaj, doći ću do toga, da je NATO i osiromašeni uranijum izazvali epidemiju raka u Srbiji. E sad, stanje u Srbiji u medijima, ali među političarima, ali nažalost i među NGO scenom, prozapadnom NGO scenom u Srbiji, teško finansiranom od EU i Amerikanaca je katastrofalno. Katastrofalno. For starters, nijedna institucija zdravstvena u Srbiji nikad nije proglasila epidemiju raka u Srbiji. To vam nijedan NGO neće stati, bar to da kaže. Znate ono kad smo juče pričali, ne znaju građani Srbije da su NATO i EU većinom iste zemlje. E tako vam se ponašaju i NGO-vi koji se bave evropskim integracijama i oni koji se bave odnosima sa Amerikom takođe. Mahom. A tako se ponašaju i ambasadori u Srbiji zemalja koje su zemlje članice EU i zemlje članice NATO takođe. A treba da se izborimo sa Rusima, jeli? I sa ruskim uticajem. To je prva stvar. Druga stvar u vezi ovoga je da je glavni promoter te kampanje žena koja je obrazovana u Rusiji, doktorka, koja je posle te kampanje postala direktor Instituta za onkologiju. Ima još jedan detalj. Onog dana kada se Kosovo uspostavilo tarife od 100%, u zemlju je stigao unuk Evgenija Primakova. Ona je održala pozdravno slovo tom grupi ljudi koji su rekli mi smo došli u Beograd da nosimo humanitarnu pomoć, da se borimo protiv humanitarne katastrofe koja je sad već zadesila Srbe na severu Kosova. Ponavljam, to je bilo jedan dan pošto su te tarife uspostavljene. Mi ćemo proći kroz barikade Kejfora, citiram one on one, ako treba, suprotstavit ćemo se, dotorit ćemo hranu ugroženom srpskom stanovništvu i pokazati kakvi su, i sad ponovo citiram, kanibali Kosovari. To se dešavalo prošlog proleća, pre nego što je već bila postala direktor Instituta za onkologiju. Sad ima dalje. Vi u Srbiji trenutno imate impotentnu opoziciju koja se buni o stanju demokratije i medija u Srbiji tako što daje intervjue za Russia Today. Ta ista opozicija, jedan od glavnih načina maltretiranja sadašnje vlade, koja je u ova 2 dana poslano 10-ak zvaničnika različitih nivoa da pričaju na ovom skupu, otvorenom za medije sve vreme, je upitan doktorat jednog od ministara. I to je zdušno sva ova sad opozicija, pošto to ne može da bude za nešto, vi morate samo budete protiv Vučića ili protiv Trumpa, imamo i tih problema, jer može Vučić sutra da nas primi u NATO i da nam pomogne da uđemo u NATO, ne, bit ćemo protiv Vučića. Nije nikad dovelo u pitanje kredibilitet navodno ispravne diplome ove gospođe i činjenicu da je ona sada na čelu Instituta za onkologiju ili njeno ponašanje. To takođe mora da se ima u vidu. A sad ako možemo onaj drugi slajd. U poslednjih par godina, u poslednjih godinu i tekako je, ja uživam u tome, možeš, posle ćeš im samo scroll u sredinu, čujemo sve više. Juče smo na onom užasno dinamičnom panelu čuli koliko je bitno da Srbija intenzivnije sarađuje sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama. I verujte mi, ja ih slušam svaki dan na jutarnjim programima državnih televizija koji su najuticajniji mediji u Srbiji i najuticajniji programi od srpskih zvaničnika. I stalno sada govore novu stvar, moramo ponovo da se angažujemo sa srpskom dijasporom u Americi. Slažem se. Good luck with that. Rusi se već angažuju sa srpskom dijasporom u Americi. Ovo je na Sputniku finansiran film, zove se Težina lanaca 3, koja priča o posledicama po ekologiju i po zdravlje i o epidemiji raka u Srbiji izazvanih NATO bombardovanjem. Film koji je imao premijeru u 20 i nešto gradova gde živi srpska dijaspora u Americi. Ta ista srpska dijaspora u Americi je najčutljivija na svetu, što imaju prokletu grižu savesti od NATO bombardovanja i neće nikad reč da vam kažu. Da kažu, niti će da se isele iz proklete NATO Amerike, ne, ali neće nikada podrže Šuleta ili mene odavde koji se koprcamo za tu stvar ili Gorana. Izvini, Šule, molim te. Sad ako možeš i onaj treći slajd. Dakle, imate čitave godine išao Boris Malagurski, to su pune sale. Znači, slike ne lažu. Pa je onda sad došao, evo ga, sad je došao u Evropu. Ovo je slika iz Beča od pre par meseci, bioskop u Beču. Pa pogledajte. A naravno, komu je glavni sagovornik? Doktorka Danica Grujičić. Pa sad neću koristiti više slajdova, a sam htela da vas pitam, da li je ovu bitku o osiromašenom uranijumu trebalo da vodi sama Srbija, zašto je niko nije vodio iz Srbije, ali zašto je niko ni od stranih ambasada nije vodio? Ja mogu da razumem da ne moram da uzmem svaku bitku protiv tabloida ili protiv svega ostalog, ali ovo je bila jedna koja mislim da nije trebalo da se pusti, da se Srbija sama vodi, jer su posljedice već grozne. A samo da se osvrnem na Srbiju kao ostrvo okruženo. To nikad nisam rekla u kontekstu da Makedonija ili Crna Gora nikad neće ući u NATO. Šta više, Austrija je okružena NATO zemljama. To sam samo rekla kao irelevantan argument zašto bi Srbija trebala da uđe u NATO. Ja mislim da bi trebala uđe u NATO zato što bi sprasla svoj evropski put, zato što je NATO odličan, a ne ni zbog onoga da će da mi skoči GDP. Čisto u tom kontekstu da moraju prvo prve stvari da se kažu, pa tek onda neki drugi argumenti, ništa drugo. Hvala.
Okay, thank you, Jelena. Let me take the three last questions that I see, and then we'll give the panel a chance to respond. Mr. Paletti.
Thank you very much. I would like to bring, some further perspective, since I come from a country with the biggest communist party in the West during the Cold War, and evidently the Soviets were not idle players. Nevertheless, Italy succeeded to be an important ally. And on disinformation, I think we should go all back to the Second World War lesson. Be credible and don't lie. Unfortunately, the first big fake news campaign was not Russian, and it was on weapons of mass destruction. When I hear UK about Brussels dominating London or NATO obsolete or brain dead, I wonder about who stands for what in my camp. This is my problem as, a NATO Defense College Foundation person. So the first job, I imagine, for us is to do our homework at home while communicating effectively against the hybrid level. Depleted uranium, I will be very short. We had the same problem in Italy. I assure you there was no Russian influence. The solution, I was in the defense minister's cabinet of Mr. Mattarella, who now is our president, during that campaign. And the solution was to set up an MOD medical committee to investigate. They didn't find any link, solid link between that, but I assure you the Italian MOD is paying, the due reparation money and reimbursement for every soldier that has been somehow damaged because they were not effectively protected when they operated in contaminated areas. So if we think about Russian priorities, I think we should follow the allocations. Ukraine, yes. Syria, yes. Balkans, no. It's much less important. What I would ask the panel as a question concerns exactly, Russian influence. I think we are still working with Cold War paradigms, disinformatia, spies, military diplomats, weapon sales, etc. But when I was political advisor for KFOR, I made a specific briefing on the new frontier of Russian influence. And it is and will be more and more in the gray area between business, political, lobbying, influence, where people do business and forge very concrete ties. I think that everyone has in his own mind or her own mind US and European cases, among which different laundromat money laundering schemes that were happily helped by very Western allies. So I wanted to ask the panel if you share this view. Thank you.
Thank you. Egil.
Egil Daltveit from the Norwegian Embassy. I think everyone on the panel, you know the CATSA, the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. This is an act that was passed with a majority of 419 to 3 in the House of Representatives and 98 to 2 in the US Senate, which is relatively rare when it comes to the US these days, that everyone's on the same side. And it was signed into law by President Trump on the 2nd of August 2017. And it targets Russia, Iran, and North Korea. There have been information given out by Serbian officials that what Serbia is doing with Russia is okay. It's been cleared with the Americans. But if we look at the website of the US Embassy here in Belgrade, no such decision has been taken, and that it is under consideration. Would the panel, what does the panel think about the issue of CATSA, and what would be the outcomes, both for US-Serbia and Serbia-Russia relationship, if this comes into effect?
Thank you. Then we had one final question, please. We'll make it short and we can get some answers.
Yeah, it is a comment, but I'd like to say a few words on China, if that is okay, because China was mentioned. And briefly, one of the leaders from the region, while asked about the Chinese interest for the region, was saying bluntly, and he said this in Brussels, what is in the offer is lifelong power. Whether you call it investment or a credit line, a loan, what is in the offer is, and I tend to agree with him. The illustration is, well, Chinese bridge here in the city. I mean, I was well paid for 6 years to promote Berlin process. But it's very difficult. Stratcom was mentioned yesterday, because there is nothing I can touch and say this is Berlin process result. It's a process. Though there is a lot of money around, but it's not a building. There was one meeting with Chinese. 3 years later, there is a bridge. It's not the cheapest bridge. Was there a corruption? It's not the biggest issue for me. It's not the best bridge. But the one that people use, drive, walk, they see, they love it, they call it Chinese bridge. That's 16+1 initiative. One meeting, 3 years later, bridge is there. When I've asked a panel I was moderating with the prime minister from the region, why Chinese money? The answer was, it's fast, it's quick. And it was an honest answer. If you're in the government, this is not the worst offer you can get. Therefore, I would suggest, and this is now my suggestion, to use the existing EU leverage in the field of trade in the Western Balkans and to insist, now I'll use the NATO language, 4 caveats when it comes to doing business with China. If we could have 2 out of 4 that I'm going to list, we'd be on a safe side, but we cannot at the moment because it's a completely different way of doing business. And we need to understand that it is different. And it's not only this part of the world, it's also part of the EU, several members of the EU. Caveat number 1, the money should be invested into already agreed projects in the Berlin process. So, because it's really a complex process where the Prime Minister discusses what is the priority for them, for their neighbors, and then they say, okay, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 10, we have agreed. Well, let's use this money because the region is investment hungry for the agreed projects, and not all of a sudden for something completely different. Second caveat, let's try to use the existing leverage of the EU and to introduce into this business a competitiveness clause, meaning to bring the procedures, negotiations as close as possible to the EU models of doing business. The third clause would be environmental clause. Let's try to use agreed standards while doing business with China as well. And the fourth one I would have in mind is let's try to also engage the EU and local partners in business. Agreeing with what Reuf was mentioning, eventually it's only Chinese workers, companies, etc. So we don't have this in the deals with China. I'm just appealing to you to have this idea that let's try to make an influence coming from the EU to have some of these caveats in the agreements with China, because we cannot avoid. They ain't going to vanish. They will continue coming, as we can see. So let's try to influence. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to Russia and the questions. Next year we do a China panel, right? Okay.
on Russia, I have a, sorry, apologies, 1 minute, less than one. Niche, it's the big issue, this Center for Emergency Situations. I have a proposal, and this is to, let's try to put it under the OSCE, to make a regional emergency situations center as part of the OSCE. I've tried to lobby for this. During the Swiss presidency of the OSCE, they were very much interested. They wanted to have a success. This would be success. Conversion from Serbian Russian into OSCE would bring everyone in, the US, EU, and others. I failed to convince the EU Commission. They said, oh, we have our instruments, we don't care for a new regional center. Thank you.
How's it going convincing the Russians to hand it over?
Well, that
was kind of rhetorical,
well,
actually.
You understand better than I do that in diplomacy there are steps to be taken. The initial should come from Belgrade through the OSCE, because the next chair of the OSCE after Switzerland was to be Serbia. So that was a kind of a deal. Switzerland interested to have this. Serbia should propose, then there would be debate like this with the 57 participating states of the OSCE. It might happen, Russia says no, but let's try to go for this. And I have to say, while preparing, doing the groundwork, it was European Commission and commissioner responsible for emergency situations. I don't need new regional center, and I failed twice. I'm sorry.
Okay, so just to recap, we're going to wrap it up here with these questions. So we've got 4 questions. The first was signing with the Eastern Organization. Will that affect Serbia? The depleted uranium question. Why no foreign governments have taken this up? The Cold War paradigms, is this something somebody wants to comment on? And the Sanctions Act. So let me open it up. Please, 1 minute each, if you'd like to. We'll start at the right. Pick your topic and.
Just briefly about this humanitarian Russian center in Niš. The idea from the start was to be international, not under the OSCE, and I still support it in a way that we do not need any organization which depends on many countries. It should be international, so any bilateral contacts in any bilateral countries can supply it and to be present there. But what is very interesting, to be clear, the Russians won't support it. And this is something, it's for the final, if you see what's going on over there and how much they put pressure on the government in a way to get diplomatic status for the firefighters, it's very obvious that something is wrong over there. And if you see that we were waiting for 7 days for Ilyushin to firefighting on our mountains, during the big fire, and it's interesting that we have to pay for 3 days about more than $200,000, $250,000, it looks like that this is not humanitarian. It looks like some business and, telecommunication center, which even Mr. Hoyt mentioned when they had some hearing in Senate and what the activities were there when the coup was in Montenegro. Thank you.
Sandra?
Yes, I would like to respond to Mr. Politi's assumption about the new way of how Russia uses business, political, and lobbying interests for their influence. I completely agree. I don't think it's something really new. It has been happening already for a longer time, and we have seen it across Europe, and it's not only Balkans. There are politicians who are always bought, and decisions, weird decisions taken, and we don't know where they're coming from. And I think there was this very good example about Gerhard Schroeder and others. So I completely share, your view on that.
Thank you, Dalia.
Thank you. 2 points. It's about the. First of all, I really don't like when I say very often pronounce word Russia. Russia is a beautiful and good country. We talk about the Kremlin policy and Kremlin administration. Russian people, nothing to do with that. Two different things. But coming about the corruption, about the investment, about mafia policy, so that stems back to the history of even Tsarist Russia engaged with that, with the criminal world, and put that together. This is about investment, about favoring special conditions of successful business doing in Russia that later on are paid back in different ways. The only resistance is really about the state and about the vision. This is my second point, but it is again focused on the main thing, where you want to be. And that's the vision. And yesterday's panels were addressing very oftenly about the rule of law. Welcome any investment, Russian, Chinese, build bridges, but make sure that law is acting, that you really do the diligence of investment, that the rule of law is really in power and transparency is there. There's no corruption, there's everything is clear, accountable, and justice is really implemented.
Thank you, Dalia, and thank you for pointing out the distinction between Russia and the Kremlin. That is my fault for not doing that at the very beginning, and that's something sometimes we get a little lazy about, and that's an important distinction. Thank you. Robert?
Well, I guess I have to address this depleted uranium issues. As far as we're concerned, again, organization, 29 countries, there is no new data. There was extensive research, including by the United Nations. There was research in this country as well by quite reputable institutions, which did not show any discernible connection to the use of, it is in use for some countries, it's a dense, dense material, so it's used in some forms of ammunition. So as far as we're concerned, we of course monitor this. No new facts have come to the ground. So what is happening around this is clearly some kind of a campaign. And some of it, by the way, again, a lot of it, some of the traces lead to Moscow, this whatever. League of Concerned Lawyers from Russia and things like that. That's interesting. The hybrid issue. Yes, I mean, it all depends on the labels, but just because some particular technique has been used in the past does not mean that it's obsolete and it's only connected with the past. So as far as we're concerned, very simple answer is that gray area that you mentioned, it's part and parcel of what is called, and one could have a long dispute of the hybrid activities is the best one, but that's the one which is used by us, by the European Union, and simple point is, yes, we are fully aware, but when it comes to the responses to particularly this type of techniques, well, this is much more, it's a question of the mandate. This is in the hands of the governments and, you're talking about legislation, you're talking about certain codes of conduct, if we start discussing, how many people work for a variety of institutions in Russia in the city of London, well, I think quite a lot, and so on. Last point, it's again, a lot of interesting observations were made, but they concern, again, NATO does not really have the money, so do talk to the EU. But I hope it doesn't mind, it shouldn't, right? Talk about the bridges. Well, there is a famous viaduct, whatever, in Montenegro, which shows the opposite side of the story, right? Maybe it could be a museum of some sort of, how things go wrong when you accept it. But this bottle, you all have this, mineral water. Kniaz Milos, very good. I've drunk a number of bottles over the last 2 days. If you look at a beautiful building, which is kind of a spa, etc., am I right looking at Elgis? I mean, that building has been beautifully restored thanks to the money offered by the Norwegian government. Am I right? Or at least partially. That's what the ambassador told me yesterday when I asked him. The point is, maybe that should be advertised better. You see what I mean? So anyway, these issues are important. Just as a NATO representative, I can't offer much in this because we simply don't have the money. But the issue is real, and it touches on the questions how we present. Please, a bit more self-confidence. It's like the Eurovision Song Contest. All the countries of the region always vote for each other, and they show the same approach to this because the world is interdependent, and you have to fight for your place in the sun. We all will do that, but we can do it on the basis of principles rather than dog eats man or man eats dog, whatever.
I didn't know that about Kniaz Milos. Thanks. Gordon, so keep in mind the rest of us, we're standing between coffee break.
Everybody and coffee, yes, yeah. Okay. I will be quick then, because on the Katsa question, it's a legal process, it is the law, it depends on what Serbia does, there will be a review and then there will be a recommendation. I can't speculate what's going to happen. On reforms and closing off of expansion and or enlargement and so on, reforms that both NATO and the EU look for in applicant countries are good in and of themselves. If Switzerland wanted to join the EU, it would be in tomorrow. What's the difference between Switzerland and countries in the Western Balkans? You can answer that yourself. If Sweden, which is actually one of the most active partners, wanted to be in NATO, it would be in tomorrow. There would be no process because they're already at the level you need to be at to be an ally or to be a member. So the idea that somehow, things are shut off because one statement or another is made, I don't think is accurate. Reforms are good to join the global economy, to join collective defense, because they are good. And they should be done whether or not somebody's telling you to do them or not. And that is what we did when I served here. Bilo sam zamenik ambasadora tokom 3 godina ovde. And I can tell you, U.S. interest in Serbia and the Western Balkans is very high. As a matter of fact, we have 2, not 1, but 2 special envoys at the moment. As a sort of an indication of that. And we woke up when I was here every morning, I'm sure the embassy does now too, saying, how do we improve the relations? And we decided that economy was one thing that was interesting and workable. But it's difficult here until the reforms that the EU is demanding are made to get more, interest from American companies, I must say. On the Niche Humanitarian Center, the only thing accurate about that title is that it is in niche.
Okay, 3 more minutes.
Then I'll take up the Eurasian Union question, because Serbia indeed signed, a few weeks ago, Serbia signed a free trade agreement with the Eurasian Union. But first of all, I want to stress that free trade agreement is not membership, and it's not a step towards membership even. For example, Singapore also has free trade agreement with the Eurasian Union that in no way implies that Singapore is going to enter Eurasian Union. And this agreement on free trade was lying on the table for 5 years. And Russia was insisting on that, but Serbia was refusing. And it was signed only after Macron's decision to stop the refusal to make clear the date for starting of negotiations with North Macedonia. I don't think that this free trade agreement is going to slow down Serbia's EU integration. Rather, that Serbia's EU integration is going so slowly that it caused the signing of this free trade agreement with the Eurasian Union.
All right, really quickly, in support of what Mr. Svilanovic said, I think that those of us who've been in the trenches, on the front lines of how, of this political warfare, understand that concrete deliverables is what changes lives and moves hearts and minds. And what's really fascinating is that one of the many promises that the EU has made is this transformation of infrastructure, transformation of people's ability to move from place to place. And the most important infrastructural projects in the region are done right now, I think, by the Turks and the Chinese. And there's an American company which is a notable exception, the Bechtel project here in Serbia. So at our launch event in June, we had President Trump's chief of staff, Mr. Mulvaney, and his chief economic advisor, actually head of the Office for Trade and Manufacturing, Dr. Navarro, as well as European officials. And the Trump people came out and said, look, we want to work with Europeans on setting up quick funding mechanisms to compete with the Chinese on the point that Mr. Svilanovic has raised. And Europeans were not really willing to engage in this. There were, Mr. Lambrinidis, European ambassador, was there, because the idea at that time was to wait the Trump administration out. And there was clear support for this from the Hill as well, from Democrats on Capitol Hill. I think a lot of what we're seeing, the vacuum that we're seeing, can be filled if we all agree that there's lots to disagree about, but I think in the Western Balkans we need concrete ways of injecting money into whatever is on the table in terms of projects.
You just let Wayne finish, and then you'll be responsible for making a slide.
Okay, thank you. I want to respond to 3 points that were made. First, on the question of the free trade agreement. That has nothing to do with the future of Serbia's negotiations on EU entries. Serbia has a number of external free trade agreements. Every applicant country to the EU has free trade agreements freely until it enters the EU, at which point they become void. And that's part of this. There are dozens of precedents for that. There's nothing unusual about this free trade agreement other than the fact it took so long to negotiate. Second, CAFTA sanctions and Serbia. In my view, it's not the sanctions as they currently exist, but as the CAFTA revision may come out of the current Congress. CAFTA is one of 6 pieces of sanctions legislation that are pending before various committees of the Congress. And depending on what comes out on each of those or on a potential bundle of sanctions legislation, it may or may not have an effect on Serbia. I would certainly urge the American embassy here not to prejudge what the Congress may do. And third, on the question of Serbia as partner or platform for Russia. Let me just note that a year ago on Victory Day, President Vučić was the most senior foreign guest on Red Square. He was standing just to the right of President Putin. And the other honored guest was Benjamin Netanyahu, who was standing on Putin's left. There was one little distinction, though. Everyone on Red Square, every soldier, every civilian, with no exceptions except one, was wearing on their lapel a George ribbon. The George ribbon is a manifestation of support for Russian annexation of Crimea. In Ukraine, it is illegal to display a George ribbon because it has that manifestation. Netanyahu very conspicuously wore the George ribbon throughout that entire day. Caused outrage in Kiev, it caused outrage in parts of Washington. Vučić did not. I know from sources in Moscow that enormous pressure was brought on him to wear the ribbon, and he refused. If you were watching that parade on live, unedited Russian television, which most people in Russia were, what you saw was that the president of Serbia was a guest, but he alone, of all the thousands of people involved in that ceremony, was not wearing a George ribbon. So he showed that he was the honored guest of the Russian Federation, but he maintained the independence of his government's policy. I don't have a problem with that.
And then you will finish
and after this parade, the President Vučić was invited in Paris for the 100 years of 11/11, and he was sitting in the 16th row, close to toilets. And this year, on the occasion of memory for the Second World War started, he was not even invited to Warsaw. And was he wear it or not, they don't treat us as they should. That's the problem.
It's a good point. Thank you. Elena, we'll wrap it up with you.
Centar za evroatlantske studije je na celu ovu konferenciju pozivao sve vreme kolege iz civilnog sektora. Koliko sam primetila, juče su bili jedna koleginica na 2 panela i trenutno ne vidim više nikoga iz civilnog sektora koga u velikoj količini podržavaju Sjedinjene Američke Države, Evropske unije i zemlje članice. To je jedna stvar. Druga stvar, ispravila bih gospodina Svilanovića, nije tačno da Berlinski proces ništa nije izgradio. Berlinski proces je u par godina izgradio potpuno nesposobno, neaktivno, ćutljivo, lažno civilno društvo koje samo sa sobom razgovara, ide po konferencijama, deli funkcije i sprovodi nemačku politiku. Ja mislim da je jedan od razloga zašto oni nisu danas ovde, između ostalog što su Centar za evroatlantske studije pre 1,5 godina sugerisao da korekcija administrativne linije možda bude jedan od elemenata sveobuhvatnog multidimenzionog sporazuma, ne nužno, i razmontirao priču o etničkoj podeli i od tog momenta nema. Ovo nisu nebitne teme, ovo bi trebalo bude iznad CEAS-a. To je tako kako je. A u Srbiju je u poslednjih, pošto je već i prošao talas ruskih dezinformacija, onih klasičnih, ušlo zilion miliona za fake news, za brojanje naslova i za brojanje svega ova. Izdeljene su divne nagrade, niko nije ovo komentarisao. Jednom su na jedan trut meter, tačno, netačno. Roberte, ja znam da se dejta nisu promenile, ali su se dejta falsifikovale i koristile i multiplikovale i niko se nije stood against them. Ja ne kažem da to mora NATO, ali meni nije jasno zašto zemlje članice i zašto Amerikanci ne rade više, ne vredi, nije mi jasno. Hvala.
New Zealand and South Africa were also not invited to Warsaw for the outbreak of World War II ceremonies. A huge mistake, and so I agree with you. But the Poles diplomatically made some mistakes for that. So,
thank you. I told you this would take more than 2 hours, and I apologize. Coffee is waiting outside, and thank you very much to the panelists for a very interesting discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, I suggest we start with the concluding session of this very interesting two-day conference. My name is Srđan Majstorović. I'm chairman of the board of the European Policy Center here in Serbia, and thanks to a kind invitation of our friend and partner, Jelena Milic, I was invited to moderate this extremely interesting panel. And as Jelena put it in her email when she was inviting us, this threatens to be perhaps the most interesting panel of all, bearing in mind everything that is developing currently in the region. The region was basically left astonished recently by the lack of conclusion by the European Council on the start of the accession talks with two Western Balkan countries, with Albania and North Macedonia. And obviously it caused a rude awakening for majority of citizens of the Western Balkans, as well especially with the members of civil society that I would like to emphasize as well, since it took a big chunk of the leverage and of argumentation for all of us who are working for many years in Europeanization of this region. It is very difficult to request or to require a credible reforms, a credible response to those questions coming from the member states when it comes to rule of law, democracy principles, implementation of different European standards, if the credibility on the other side is jeopardized by the internal political issues which are shaping the future of EU as we discuss. This morning there was a public hearing on the candidate for the new Commissioner for Enlargement. I don't know the results, I haven't seen it all, but as someone commented on Politico, if I'm not mistaken, the answers from the candidates were textbook answers, but nobody believed that they were honest. So it is obvious that we are facing yet another challenge when it comes to the integration policy. The region itself, I would say, is trying to mobilize its own internal strengths and explore the possibility of closer cooperation, even integration in some areas. And to discuss these issues and its repercussions on the security situation in the region, we have an excellent panel with a lot of good friends and connoisseurs of the situation in the region. And without further ado, because we need to finish at 1 o'clock, I would like to invite Mr. Goran Svilanovic, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia and Montenegro, and also a former Secretary General of the RCC. So there is it would be very difficult to find a better connoisseur of the region to start to shape this current situation that we have, especially to put an emphasis on these initiatives to bring the region closer together. Goran, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Srđan. I'm very happy to be here with many of the friends. I'm sorry, co-panelists, but I wanted to point out how happy I am to be together in panel with Wolfgang. We've enjoyed cooperating with him for many years and highly respect the work he has done in Bosnia, but also in other forums. I'm also happy to see Ed, good old friend. Therefore, I hope that we're going to have a lively debate here. I'll take on myself a task of presenting to you what exists, because sometimes I have a feeling that the information of what has been already agreed upon, what is working, what is not working, is not necessarily shared broadly. When it comes to some of these regional initiatives, I've spent years. I was serving together with Gerhard Busek in the Stability Pact for Southeast Europe, later on in the OSCE, and for the last 6 years I was heading a Regional Cooperation Council, which is currently led by Melinda Bregu, prominent politician from Albania. In the last several weeks, there was a lot of discussion about this Mali Schengen, small Schengen, little Schengen, whatever would be the translation. I'd like to tell you that I fully and full-heartedly support the initiative, but I need also to give an explanation. It was 2017, in the context of the Berlin process, that Regional Cooperation Council tabled in Trieste, in a summit, a multi-annual action plan on regional economic area, bringing the 6 economies from the Western Balkans together. All 6 prime ministers agreed. What they have agreed on is the following. There are 4 pillars. This is all about economic cooperation, but I will immediately move to the security potential of this cooperation. These 4 pillars are the pillar number 1, and the core is free trade. It's, I would say, CEFTA plus, because CEFTA already exists. But what we have now is free trade in commodities. What's been agreed, and I refer at as plus, is number 1, additional protocol 5, and this is free trade in services. That's the novice. AP6, another additional protocol, it is, they have agreed to work on embedding a conflict resolution mechanism into the existing system, because we are lacking one. And another element, which is also very important, I would say the most important one, is to make a list of non-tariff barriers and to work decisively on removing non-tariff barriers when it comes to the trade within the 6. So this is the core. That's been agreed. And the next pillar is related to competitiveness. In order to increase competitiveness in the region, they have agreed to go for harmonization of investment-related policies. Frankly, my dream was to go for a regional trade agreement, investment agreement, sorry. But then the EU guys told me, well, we don't have it in the EU regional investment agreement. The logic behind is the following. Competition to bring investors in, particularly between North Macedonia and Serbia, is so high, it's raised to the bottom, that we are hurting each other. Because what do we offer? Eventually is fiscal cuts, subventions, and cheap labor. Yes. And therefore we hurt each other. So if I were Vučić, of course I would go for this. But I'm looking this from a side as a Secretary General and looking at the region saying, but this is bad for the region. On the long run, you are hurting each other. Therefore, we pushed very hard, and eventually they have agreed. They have agreed on a regional investment reform agenda, which is harmonization of investment-related policies, meaning when IKEA comes to Belgrade, they can do business in Sarajevo or in Pristina, hoping for, relying on the same regulations. So that's been agreed as well. The third pillar is related to mobility. Mobility, there are 2 agreements that we have been negotiating successfully. One is recognition of diplomas, a big issue, particularly bilaterally between Serbia and Albania, and we wanted really to have this regional agreement. And the second one is a regional agreement on recognition of professional qualifications. Basically, it means if you are a successful dentist in Sarajevo, you can open your franchise in Pristina and in Skopje, and because your qualifications have been recognized. All of this has been done in full accordance with the EU regulation. Therefore, this is a process of accession to the EU, because we were using the EU directives related to professional qualifications or diplomas, etc. By the way, the agreements have been reached technically. But due to the taxes, they have not formally voted these agreements in Poland last July. Otherwise, the text is there and agreed. The fourth pillar, a very important one, which was full-heartedly welcomed by everybody, is the digital one. We've started with this roaming agreement, following the model of the EU. And we have signed this on July, I think on July 4th, by the way, if I'm not wrong here. It was here in Belgrade during the Digital Summit, and that's been agreed and signed. And there are phases, and in 2 years from now, we're going to have a zero when it comes to roaming among ourselves. And in parallel, European Commission is working on another leg, and another leg is to gradually downsize roaming between us and the EU capitals. So this has all been agreed, and this, therefore, this initiative called Mali Schengen is actually something which is deepening and perhaps opening more space for this regional economic area. I have to say, I'm following what is being said in the media. I don't understand the comments coming which are negative in Albania, comments coming from Kosovars, because, first of all what has been agreed in the regional economic area is inclusive and for the 6 economies. Therefore, this initiative called Mali Schengen can only be inclusive as well and bring everyone on board. I'll give a personal explanation of what I think is happening. Frankly, I think that there is a very good understanding between President Vučić and Prime Minister Edi Rama, which is giving a strong basis for the regional economic area. Elements of this understanding are the following. I told you so when it comes to the EU membership ain't going to happen tomorrow. Yes, you were right. Second element, look, between today and the membership, there is a lot we can do. Let's do the business. Third, look, we might be the biggest nation here, but you're the second biggest one. So let's do the business. And this is exactly what is in the core of this understanding, and why both are pushing very strongly towards this. There is really room to continue this cooperation. And what is going to be our membership to the EU, I don't know. I have to also add, historically, when we were negotiating regional economic area, Montenegro was hesitant, and I understand them. If I were Montenegrin, perhaps I would have the same attitude. Their idea is, guys, but we are almost in the EU, why would we now go to something different? And Kosovars were hesitant, but they were hesitant from completely different positions. This is kind of a Serbian mess. What is this? What are you playing, Serbs? So I'm sorry, this was just a misunderstanding. This is not instead of the EU membership. This is using the existing EU instruments in order to strengthen regional trade, and then everything else, between today and the EU membership, and full harmonization of all regulations in the meantime with the EU regulation. What goes below the radar is what we are discussing here, and was also done by the Regional Cooperation Council, and this is the security dimension of this cooperation. What we have done in the Regional Cooperation Council, there are several initiatives. One is called CISAC, Southeast Europe. We have started in the RCC, but then we gave it to the UN. UNDP is actually hosting it here in Belgrade. It's about small arms and light weapons, and they're doing a great job. They've been very well supported by leading nations, Germany and France. The EU is putting a lot of money. They're practically financing stocks of ammunition and light weapons in order to prevent, as far as possible, to find these illegal weapons in the markets in the EU. The region is really not exporting instability. The tragical events happening in London, in Brussels, have been committed by the citizens of these countries, who were born in these countries. But I have to be honest and say that some of the guns used were coming from the region, and some of the ammunition used was coming from the region. Therefore, this interest to make sure that there is proper maintenance of the capacities. Another element as well, really done by the Regional Cooperation Council, is SENSA, Southeast Europe National Security Authorities meeting. You know who is in the room there? Guys who are heading national NSAs. And you may believe that things are not possible. They are very possible. I was personally clearing here in Belgrade 2 years back, 2 years back, presentation of Kosovo head of the NSA to be presented in front of the all others, and there are, read my lips, 13 in the room. Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, Moldova, and then Albania, Kosovo, Serbia, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, and Slovenia, all around the table, all heads of NSAs. They were discussing a lot of industrial cooperation, how they do the clearance, because there was a lot to learn from EU members around the table and the NATO members around the table. How do you clear when you want to build companies or personalities, when you want to build a military hospital or something like that. Then CIMIC, Southeast Europe Military Intelligence Chiefs. We are bringing together twice a year chiefs of military intelligence. And not only to be friends and to exchange numbers of their cell phones, but to produce OSINT report, open source intelligence report, on cybersecurity, on radicalization through social networks, on migration. There was a great meeting. So they are producing a report, adding each service and elements to this network. So it is already there. And then there is a platform launched in Tirana on FTF, prevention of foreign fighters, but this is coordination body which brings those in the MFAs who are responsible for coordination of national efforts against FTF. And finally, and then I'll stop, the biggest than all I've said related to security cooperation is in the hands of Maciej Popovski, who was yesterday here. He is Deputy Director General in DG NIR. He is responsible for security cooperation, and in the coming days I spoke to him. Of course, he was yesterday speaking about EU-NATO security cooperation, which is more important, but when it comes to the region, there is an initiative launched by the RCC, now very well supported by Slovenia, hosted in Ljubljana, called Integrative Internal Security Governance. IISG is an acronym. It is handled also by DCAF, Ljubljana, but it is happening these days. It is going to be shifted from DCAF to Regional Cooperation Council, because Regional Cooperation Council proved to have much more capacities to really substantially conduct projects. There is a lot of EU money behind this initiative, and there are 3 elements of this integrative internal security governance. One pillar is organized crime, fighting organized crime in the region, which is a serious issue. Another one is countering terrorism, and the third one is related to border management. So I presume that this IISG, as soon as it is taken by RCC, will absorb all other these initiatives related to security that I've explained and become the agency which will be able to deal with issues related to security in this part of the world. So the initiative called Mali Schengen is actually giving a potential of deepened cooperation. It is not against the EU membership. It is fully in sync using the regulations of the EU, and it provides really for stabilizing the region, and to the extent possible, perhaps we may also add to the security of this part of the world as well. Here I'll stop, and I'll be happy to, of course, jump in a debate later on. But now I just wanted to give you an idea what exists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Goran, for this excellent overview of a lot of very positive developments when it comes to regional cooperation. And it seems that these positive and good news are never topping the journalists' agenda, and it's good to remind that region is not just a source of foreign fighters, that Bosnia is not the fulcrum of jihadists, like we recently heard in some interviews. but that there are a lot of cooperation that can actually contribute to address the fears which are leading the public opinion in the EU member states to be a bit skeptical about the potential of integration of the Western Balkans into the EU. I would like to stress a couple of things that you mentioned. I think that concrete articulation of the areas of cooperation needs to be addressed as soon as possible by the heads of states. I think the inclusiveness of these ideas is crucial, so nobody feels that is left aside.
Inclusive.
Exactly. This is something that we need to keep repeating. It would be good to have a timeline set as soon as the governments in the region are fully functional, meaning Kosovo, Bosnia. But what is most crucial is the one that you said, that this is not a substitute but a vehicle for the EU accession. And there we can also follow a lot of these noises coming from the think tank community, media community, about potential second-class membership or substitution for the membership, which are not providing us with anything positive, and we should fight that narrative as hard as we can. I would like to now turn to Mr. Volgan Petric. I would dare to say dear friend, a man who has a vast experience in the region, from Kosovo negotiations to his term in Bosnia as a high rep. So somebody that is really very familiar with the situation in the region, and who tries as much as he can, as always as he can, to support the region in its EU integration process, because he understands the strategic importance of the region for the security of broader Europe. So, Mr. Petric, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sergeant, for your kind words. I will see if I can live up to it. Of course, Goran already introduced the most important issue really here, and this is regional self-activation. I think this is the key word, in fact. And clearly my approach is a decidedly non-military one. You know, I have to say this in a conference where NATO is and military security, of course, also beyond is so important. My concept is a broader, I would say it is sort of a human security approach that I'm taking. For me, the interesting thing is watching both the broader political and societal discourse in the rest of Europe and here in the region. There is some sort of a disconnect. Yeah? While we are talking about the Iran nuclear accord, the climate Paris Accord, trade conflicts and so on, here the discussion is a different one, and I would like to point out to 4 areas which I deem important, which seem to sound abstract, but they are very, very specific and above all very concrete. Clearly, the region, which is an integral part of Europe, and the rest of Europe, we are clearly communicating vessels. So the issues that I have pointed out have a great impact also here. Unfortunately, they are not on the agenda as much as they were supposed to be. Now, for the region, I see 4 issues that I consider extremely important to be tackled. Now, the first one is that I feel now, particularly against the backdrop of 20 years, the commemoration of 20 years of the NATO intervention, and the Serbian security doctrine, that this region is still very much mired in a post-war, post-conflict thinking and the emotions that, of course, belong to it. My second point is actually what is needed here and what is always addressed but in a negative form is trust and reconciliation. We're always talking here about mistrust and not how to build trust and how to get reconciliation going. Now, this sounds like a flimsy, maybe very civilian, humanistic notion, but I believe when it comes down to the daily lives of the people, and when it comes down to politics, to real politics, this is extremely important. Now, the third point that that I try to see is, of course, regional cooperation. Goran has introduced this, so to speak, with this kind of clear concept that for the first time, in my opinion, this kind of initiative actually is coming from the region itself. And of course, the Regional Cooperation Council, where we were very much involved in the Stability Pact, and when I was ambassador at the OECD, it was the time of transfer, really. I was, of course, for me, this was one of the most important issues that I was dealing there, apart from macroeconomic and the financial crisis and so on, was really because it was so close to my heart, and of course also close to the region. And the fourth point is revisionism, historic revisionism here in this region is very strong. My feeling is it is stronger than it used to be. And clearly it attests to the fact that here we together were not very successful in tackling the root causes of the conflict. Yeah? In spite of the fact that we have the largest archive in the history of mankind about a conflict, and this is in The Hague, we still are very much away from what really happened, what were the causes, who were the perpetrators, and the latest Nobel Prize in Literature actually stirred up this discussion again, you know. And this is clearly what is actually hindering us in politics, in daily politics, of addressing the real issues. Yeah? And I think this needs to be taken into consideration when we talk about regional security. To join the to join NATO is something where I have a very neutral feeling about. Why? Because I come from a neutral country. Yeah? We Austrians have experienced what neutrality means in times of Cold War. I think neutrality in the context of the European Union, in the context of the situation, the current situation, is again slightly different. But nevertheless, our neutrality policy that we conducted in order to survive being on the border between, on the demarcation line between East and West at the time, is something which, of course, was a very positive one, because in the end, the Allies left after 10 years of occupation in 1955, and we then experienced unprecedented progress, economic, societal, in a way. So in this way, I can sort of sympathize for the Serbian idea of being a neutral country. But do they really know what it means? What are the consequences? I think this is, and I'm not going to suggest to abandon it. I think it's very important to have a close look at it. You can play, and we're talking about the region, a very important role, of course, in this. Yeah? If it is decidedly anti-militaristic, and I'm not talking about alliance issues, because I also consider NATO, if it understands its real value is, of course, peacekeeping. Yeah? So I think, therefore, it is important to point this out and also see what the consequences are, because Serbia is surrounded by NATO members, and Serbia is also next to the two still unresolved issues, Kosovo and and Bosnia-Herzegovina, where international troops and in Bosnia European EUFOR peacekeeping forces are stationed. So this is the security situation, which is much broader than just the military part. And of course, in a post-war society, not too much to emphasize armament, for example, is something which I sympathize with. Yeah? It has proven in the past, as we Austrians said, from the First World War to the Second World War, the experience, actually, arms do not resolve our problems. On the contrary, we had extreme difficulties to survive both World War I and World War II. So I think that these are some of the points which I wanted to make in order to sort of frame the discussion, the regional discussion, against the backdrop of possible or not possible NATO membership. I believe this is a bit too narrow to see. You need to see the broader picture. This, for me, it was extremely interesting to see the polling on this. Yeah? There, obviously, much more information is necessary. And this is another point, I believe, that I wanted to make, and this is, if there is a regional cooperation taken seriously, it also needs to coordinate and include communication. It needs to include media. You know, there are, of course, already NGOs who are working on this. BIRN is such a media organization. There are many, many elements already out there in and working. You know, not every NGO. Jelena, you pointed out this is also I have an extremely positive view, but therefore I also see the downside. Yeah. But nevertheless, I think this is important in all. Yeah? Now, when I talk about the role of the European Union in the region, I have to tell you that in this way, but only this way, we need to be thankful to Monsieur Macron. He actually put a total end to this kind of pretension system. Yeah? The EU, the European Union, pretended we want you. Yeah? And some of the political leaders here pretended we want to join. Yeah? Now this is over now. We have to face the realities, both here, and this, I believe, therefore, self-organization is so important. Take your fate into your own hands. I mean, this was my message in Bosnia. Not very successful, of course, because we were such an overwhelming power there, you know, that people and politics did not realize that actually they are responsible for their country. I launched the idea of ownership, you know, of an ownership process. I said, samodgovornost, and all this stuff, you know, in order to get citizens and maybe citoyens in order to do what is needed to be done. But clearly, the Dayton Accords, where the negotiators, the mediators were trying to square the circle, has the potential for progress, but it also has, unfortunately, the potential for destruction of the state of Bosnia-Herzegovina in it. And clearly, politics in Bosnia has chosen the destructive element and not the constructive element that Dayton provided, and we have a co-responsibility for this, of course. Yeah, but that's just an aside to Bosnia, which is so close to my heart. Now, when we look at what actually happened, and this is a word, probably you might be amazed, but everybody will know it when I say it, whatever happened to the peace dividend? Yeah? 1989, 1990, 1991, it was really, you know, put forward we will now have enough money to rebuild Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe will do much more for whatever, etc. Now, as it turned out, this obviously was not realized. SIPRI, the Swedish institute, just came out with the global numbers and figures on armament, and there you can see that now the level is back at the level of 1988, the last year of the Cold War. So this has basically been wiped out. Yeah? And this, I believe, is something that we also need to keep in mind. That, and it was said here also, and I particularly like Mr. Kodesman's presentation on this, we need to much more look into, is the 21st century really the model of NATO and other institutions, of course, also the crisis of the European Union is part of this. The crisis of the European Union, the deeper crisis, is connected with the fact that the institutions, the institutional setup of the European Union is deeply rooted in the age of industrialism. Yeah? And clearly other institutions like the United Nations and the whole system as well. So this is something which has not really been tackled. This was the end of the Third World War, and this was the Cold War, did not end with a peace treaty. Yeah? And clearly it could have been a bad one or a good one. But we didn't risk this, or it was not an issue. It was basically a victory, and the rest, Soviet Union, Russia, was kind of, okay, we know. So these issues, of course, very much reflect also what needs to be done in the region. Yeah? You need to kind of keep this in mind when trying to sort of reorganize, and this was one of Jelena put this as a question to this panel, what could be the new initiatives? I think there are many opportunities, and we should really start out with those that are already around, but fill it up with substance. Goran has said so. The Berlin process, for example. Everything that the European Union does is a process, but put some of their projects finally to work. And some, of course, have worked already. We don't talk so much about it. You mentioned this. We should talk more about what has been achieved and not what has not been achieved. But keep this in mind. I've mentioned a regional information space. Yeah? Very important. How do we do this? What do we do? There are many possibilities. Of course, we need to deal with the war legacy. Yeah? There are very good ideas out there that should be adopted for the region where, as Samostani, how should I say it, someone from here should take the initiatives. We have the youth exchange already in the context of the region, the Berlin process. We should have capitals of democracy, capitals of culture, and all these issues are very important to sort of shift the public discourse from a militaristic and nasty discourse towards a more positive one. This, by the way, is needed all over, and of course the capital of the superpower is unfortunately in the lead in this negative trend right now. The partnerships need to be filled with life. And maybe this would be a time to also establish not just a NATO region, but also a peace region. Yeah? Talk about this much more, because this is what influences people much more than anything that is being done in a negative and destructive way. People like, of course, we all know this slogan, only bad news are good news, but people are very receptive when it comes to good news as well. You know? So this kind of public discourse also needs to be addressed. This human interaction that is needed in the region, and of course also between the region and outside. There is no outside. We are all inside in so many ways. This is, I believe, what is so important, and I would like to make a point here and stop here because I've already spoken too long, I guess. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Petric. I think these points are crucial for the successful regional cooperation and closer integration of the region. It seems that political elites in the region do check the box when it comes to a common interest, at least verbatimly. They're saying we want to be a part of Europe. But when it comes to concrete measures, there is a huge discrepancy with how the societies are being governed, and also with regards to the narratives which are being presented to the public. It's very difficult to implement a very noble idea of RAICO, for example, Regional Youth Cooperation Council, and exchange our youth. It's very difficult to actually implement it when you read in the tabloids and in the newspapers that you should send your child to a country that is your sworn enemy. This narrative needs to be changed, and it needs to be taken on board in order to get a legitimate, I would say, support by the societies for this very positive idea of creation of regional, or rather bringing regional cooperation at a higher level. Now, a region that went through the closer integration and where CEFTA was originally formed, and that today's function under the Visegrad 4 is Central Europe. And it is my great pleasure to welcome a good friend, Jiří Schneider, who is Executive Director of the Aspen Institute Central Europe. Jiří, what's the situation in Central Europe, and what can we learn on your experience?
And what can be blamed on Central Europe? That would be my contribution. Thank you very much, and I very much enjoy being here, and thanks for being invited. I'd like to talk a little bit about this kind of disconnect, as Wolfgang was talking about. I mean, the discourse here and the discourse in Europe. And I think the only way how to create a kind of common perspective is to try to connect somewhat. And I would say that we shouldn't give up on enlargement. Just to take that President Macron has actually closed this chapter, and I think, okay, let's live with the reality. I think this is not a satisfactory answer. I mean, we have to face it in Europe. If the same President Macron speaks about the global role for Europe, how can Europe play a global role if it's not able to provide a viable perspective to its immediate neighborhood? I mean, this is not credible. So, I mean, let's face it. Let's face it. Also, I mean, to our American friends, what is coming from Washington is not helpful about the European integration. Because when we entered both EU and NATO, it was a kind of agreement across the Atlantic that to have more integrated Europe is good. It's good for the United States, it's good for Europe. Europe whole and free. It's no longer credible from Washington. It's no longer credible. And so, I mean, I'm happy to hear from our American friends that let's leave the EU doors open, but sorry to say, you're no longer that credible as you used to be to tell the Europeans to do so. And there is a homework to be done. I'm very much for, I mean, a transatlantic union on that, but it's been broken. So there's a homework. And of course, if there is a resistance to enlargement, we have to do some soul searching as a new members, because, I mean, we are used as a pretext for saying no to others. Sometimes, to a certain extent, it is justified, but to a certain extent is not justified. It's just used as a pretext because it's been a huge success story. And for so-called old Europe, I think it's been an area of enormous prosperity. But of course, I mean, let's face the problem that part of the resistance and maybe the no vote in Brexit was not because of the immigration from Maghreb or from Asia, but it was the movement of people within the common space. And the lesson, okay, wait, we should have given a second thought to opening the free movement. Maybe. I'm just speaking about the emotions and the perceptions. And this leads me to, I have a small advice to you. Schengen doesn't have a necessarily positive connotations these days in Europe. I mean, you may have noticed that there are some countries which are thinking, you know, maybe it was too fast. Maybe we should rethink Schengen. And it brings me to migration. We haven't spoken about migration. Balkans and this country, you are one of the migration routes. This is one of the biggest concerns of the European politicians in recent 4 years. I mean, this is an area of potential cooperation. I would strongly suggest not to make a big gestures like President of Turkey, to say, I will open the borders and I mean, leave it to you to solve the problem. But this is something all the European politicians, including President Macron, will understand that this is an area where we should cooperate and where we need each other. And so, of course, it would be nice if we would have it's a wonderful list you made of the security cooperation, but these are, with all the respect, important things, but peanuts when compared to the migration issue. And so I would strongly recommend to try to do something realistic, not the big expectations, but realistic in this field. Obviously, as a long-term goal, to have a free area of free movement of people, capital, labor, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. But we have to realize that not everybody is benefiting from it. There are those who just, you know, pay the price for it and who don't take it necessarily as a positive. It has to be cared about. And it brings me to the question of how do we hold ourselves to our standards inside European Union. One of the reasons of the migration crisis was that the decision by Germany was not according to the Dublin rules. We were not fulfilling the rules we have accepted inside the European Union. We were not able to live according to our own rules. And that's a big problem. So, of course, there is a reason to discuss this inside. Because if we are not fulfilling our own rules, we are no longer attractive as a model. Because, I mean, the rule-based system, which EU pretends to be, and I hope it is, a rule-based system, even if sometimes we break these rules, we still, you know, it's the only system which is good for countries of smaller size. And if we take it globally, we all are smaller size countries compared to China. So this is the only chance to do. And if we'll not be able to stick to the rules when dealing with outside forces, then we'll be on the menu. And so we will become, you know, platforms for others to play geopolitics. So this is a, I would say, imperative for us to do, and this is our common interest. When V4 was established and CEFTA was established, the package of acquis was not that thick as it is now. And there was no accession package. You know, the accession package for Austria, Sweden, and Finland was easy because these were EFTA countries, and there was, you know, not that much of harmonization needed. But the package, the Copenhagen package for the wave which was exceeded 2004, was a different. And when V4 started and CEFTA started, there was nothing like that. So there is a huge advantage that you can actually adjust the regional rules to already existing package, and that's what you described. I think it's a fantastic thing because it's a package which is in your interest anyway, regardless of whether you get into European Union. I mean, just talk to Norwegians and Swiss, and they will agree that it's a useful thing to have the same standards as the European Union, regardless of whether you're in or not. So anything which goes in that direction is useful. Now, of course, there are areas, and my last 2 points are from different angles. I would very much like to echo what you said about the reconciliation and the dealing with the past. Because what was attractive on the European Union was that there was an element, it was combining two things. Pragmatic interdependence, I mean the French-German deal was very pragmatic. At the same time, a sort of reconciliation track. I mean, this is much broader than Hague, and this is much broader than dealing with or demining, you know, areas of the conflict. It's much broader, and it requires a constant effort. We have our own experience. We are now on board in NATO and in EU with Germany. And we had to undergo a very painful internal debate about, I mean, what is our relations with Germany? It's not a kind of, you know, the best record of our relations we have mutually. The same with Austria in a different way. And it's not over. It's not over by the accession. I mean, it has to be cultivated because the ghosts of the past are emerging. You can see them everywhere. So I would very much like to have this carefully addressed. But for that, you need a kind of neutral information space, which I mentioned yesterday. You need a space where, you know, you will be able to have a fact-based debate and not just emotional debate. Now, for the pragmatic thing, what is important is there are strategic consequences of some decisions which are not military, which are looked to be economic in their substance. And I mean, the sparking element of Maidan and aggression in Donbass was the question is Ukraine going to sign association with European Union or a custom union with Russia? So be carefully about, you know, making these decisions which don't look, you know, necessarily strategic. I'm not talking about free trade with the Euro-Asian, but I mean there are some steps which are not compatible. And you have to make a decision, and it's clear. It's about critical infrastructure. It's 5G. We have this debate in European Union. It's about the diversification of energy. It's fine to buy Russian gas and Russian oil, you know, but it's good to have the freedom of choice, and it's very important. And some decisions are not equidistant because to do business with China and Russia means that you accept their way of doing business. And their way of doing business is sometimes not compatible with our way of doing business. And here I'm skeptical that these conditions or caveats Goran was mentioning can be introduced and imposed. Because the beauty of doing, deal with Chinese is that there are no strings attached. And it's just one agreement, we keep you in power if you allow this doing. and we give you quick money, and it will be much quicker, and there will be no negotiations about environmental impact and things like that with the European. Forget about European Union, it's too long, it doesn't deliver. So we have to address this issue, and it's for the separate conference, I would say, to deal with that. So I hope I try to address some of the concerns which are related to that. I try to encourage, go ahead with this, be careful about communication of what you're doing. Schengen is not necessarily a positive word. If you go to Brussels and say we're doing a small Schengen, well, then some people say, okay, maybe this is not. There are some nice small cities in Balkans. You can name the cooperation according. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jerzy, for raising these important issues and providing your advice. Now, obviously, ever since the start of the integration of the European continent, there was help from a friend, and this help came across the Atlantic. And the role of the U.S. in establishing a European Union, establishing an area of free movement of goods, services, capital, and people was crucial. And as Jerzy said, perhaps this perspective is being somewhat changed from 2016 onward. Thus, we are moving this discussion across the Atlantic, and it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Molly Montgomery, a non-resident fellow at Brookings, to give us her view of what's going on in Europe at this moment.
Thank you. And before I get into the substance, I just, since this is our last session, want to say another thank you to Jelena and her team for organizing a really great conference. So we'll give you a round of applause later, I hope. But, I think one of the interesting things that we've seen following Macron's, disastrous veto of accession talks for North Macedonia and Albania is that it's been really clarifying. And one of the things that I think has emerged very clearly is just the narratives about the region that exist within the EU. And so I want to talk a little bit about those narratives and about why regional cooperation is sort of the only way to answer them and to change them and to allow the region to move forward. And let me just say first off that, I agree with a lot of what has been said, particularly from Goran and from Wolfgang, and so, you'll hear echoes of what they've said, but I'll try not to linger too long on any points that are repetitive, because we do want to have a discussion. When we think about narratives coming from the EU, I think there's some that are clearly false. And so, we've already talked a little bit about Macron's comments in The Economist about Bosnia being a ticking time bomb and a hotbed of jihadists. And, clearly there are narratives that don't reflect reality and that, are based in Islamophobia and other, very unhelpful sentiments. So, those exist. Some of the narratives that we hear from within the EU are unfair. Some of them, reflect a belief that just because of the region's history that determines its future, and that it's impossible to change the region's direction in a durable way, and for that reason, people use that as an excuse to keep the region out of the EU. But there are some narratives that are more fair. There are some that rightly point out shortfalls in countries that have already begun the accession process and those that are seeking to do so in terms of democratic institutions, rule of law, and the fight against corruption and patronage networks. And at times, I would say they rightly criticize what is not always 100% commitment to reform and to the European path. But there's an old saying, which is basically that if you don't like what people are saying about you, change the conversation. And so I think that's why it's so important to be clear-eyed in thinking about these narratives and what it takes to change the conversation. And that's really where regional cooperation comes in. Because what we've seen is that it is impossible for the countries of the region to decouple themselves from one another. In this process, in the minds of people, not just in Europe, and I will admit that some of this, is a problem in the US as well. And so the region, the countries of the region are tied to each other, like it or not. And so this is why regional cooperation is really, I think, the key. Because if you want to change the conversation, none of the countries in the region are going to be able to do it alone. And so, as Wolfgang said, I think there's a need to, take the institutions that exist. There's no shortage of formats or institutions. Goran did a great job of laying down what already exists. Certainly, there are some areas where there have been successes, but there is a lot of room for improvement. And so to take these institutions, fill them with substance, and really recommit to using them to pursue reform and to pursue reconciliation, and that there really are not alternatives to that. I think what we've seen in the past has been that where these institutions have fallen short, where regional cooperation has failed, is because of a lack of political will and because of a lack of implementation, commitment to implementation. And so I hope that this clarifying moment gives a sense of why there should be political will around regional cooperation that is really grounded in that commitment to reconciliation and to reform. Because in order for the region to move forward, in order to change the conversation, it's going to have to do it together. And it's going to have to be able to work together on a different footing, I think, than has happened in the past, because there is a need to get past these toxic narratives, those that are false, those that are unfair, but also, and to prove them wrong, but also, to really commit to doing things differently in the future. So in that vein, I think I won't call it the mini Schengen, I'll call it maybe the Balkan Common Market, is a great initiative, because I think it demonstrates, if it is, as we all, I think, have said, inclusive and compatible with EU accession, it demonstrates that there is a homegrown initiative that would have all of the states in the region, countries in the region, on an equal footing, all moving in the same direction, which is toward the EU. Let me just take a second, since I have been called out as needing to provide a transatlantic perspective, beyond everything that I've said, to just talk a tiny bit about U.S. policy, because I don't completely agree with what my colleague said in terms of the U.S. no longer supporting open doors, to the EU, as well as obviously to NATO. As one of the architects of the policy in the region in the beginning of the administration, in my role with the Vice President, I can say from personal experience that, he and others have delivered a very clear message of support to the countries of the region that, we support fully that the U.S. supports, I won't say we anymore, but that the U.S. supports fully, the region's integration into the EU. I do acknowledge that I think there are confusing messages in U.S. policy about the U.S. attitude toward the EU more broadly. And I think that has to do with the importation of UK Brexit politics by our friend Nigel Farage. But I would separate out kind of questions about the current administration's enthusiasm for the EU generally and support for the region's integration. I'll stop there. I hope we can have a really fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Montgomery. And just to add, the USAID is back with their programs, and they're supporting a lot of reforms, especially in the area of rule of law, and they're supporting civil society throughout the region. So this is a good sign that U.S. does care. Obviously, I think it is very important what you said, that we are all attached one to each other in the region. I would add that we cannot escape the geography and the problems that we are facing, like I don't know, environmental issues, fighting against climate, or rather effects of the climate change, as well as education, as well as public health, as well as migration that Jiří mentioned, can be addressed only collectively and with joint efforts. But before that, we need to also address the elephant in the room, and these are sometimes difficult political questions like relationship between Pristina and Belgrade, or Kosovo and Serbia, and situation in Bosnia. So in that sense, I'm turning to Edward Joseph, a professor and senior fellow at Johns Hopkins University, to give us his perspective, because he is the one that shares his view very often through the articles and the media addresses. So please give us your perspective on what's going on in the region.
Thank you so much, Sir John. Honored to be on this panel with you, with Goran, Wolfgang, Jiří, Mali, and General Mindriescu. Very honored to be here. And let me echo Mali and quickly thank you, Jelena, and your team, not just for inviting us, but also for the outstanding organization. And I have just one suggestion for next time, which is you maybe think about keeping the night owl session later, and we can even start earlier in the morning for especially us Americans. We don't need sleep. We require no sleep.
Who needs an enemies with such friends? Thank you.
Right.
No, Ed, I have a better idea. You're going to be chief of the operations next year and in charge for logistics. But you have to bring the same lineup of great American speakers you included on such a short notice with such a budget. Is it a deal, dear?
Ja sam za. Okay. And, but I hope I'm coherent here after this whirlwind, and it's been quite enriching, this whirlwind, but I have to confess that I feel a little bit like I've been slapped around by Marina Abramovich here. But anyway, inspired by Marina, I'll try to maybe provoke a few things. Pokušat ću pričati na srpskom ili hrvatskom jezik ili lokalni jezik, kako BCS, kako se kaže, naški. Da, jer BCS, jer kao je rekao gospodin Šutanovac, isto tako meni važnije, moja poruka je važnije za Srbima nego za predstavnicima međunarodne zajednice. Kako imam samo 10 minuta, jasno ću postaviti svoj cilj. Želim vas uvjeriti da prihvatite poziv predsjednika Vučića još iz 2017. godina da otvorite unutrašnji dijalog među Srbima, dijalog o Kosovu. U ovih samo 10 minuta objasnit ću vam i zašto biste trebali prihvatiti njegov poziv i kako mu možete pristupiti. U svom radu na terenu na Balkanu tijekom 12 godina, a radio sam u svakom sukobu, naučio sam da postoji 3 ključna elementa koje treba uzeti u obzir. Vrijeme, u smislu na čijoj je strani vrijeme. Teritorij, kontrola i dominacija teritorija pokretač je svakog sukoba, te izazvat oblikuje budućnost tog sukoba. Historija, u smislu mogućnosti otvorene rasprave od historikima, narativima, što je ono što otvara ili zatvara mogućnost napretka. Dopustite mi da pokušam brzo predstaviti svoj slučaj. Vrijeme, počnemo, evo, prvi točak, vrijeme. Uvijek najvažniji element jer je obično izvan ljudske kontrole. Dakle, kada je u pitanju Kosovo, na čijoj je strani? Beograda ili Prištine? Na prvi pogled čini se kao da srpska vlada vjeruje da vrijeme na njenoj strani, odnosno da je status quo bez rješenja kosovskog pitanja prihvatljiv za Beograd. Nemam vremena sada da taj pitanje zalezimo u dubinu, samo 2 tačke. Kosovo će uskoro imati novu vladu koja će najvjerovatno voditi bitno drugačije vođa, Albin Kurti. Novi ličnost, novi karakter i novi prioriteti. Njegovi su prioriteti unutrašnji. Borba protiv korupcija i ekonomski razvoj. A vidjet ćemo kako će to promijeniti onaj dynamics u vezi dijalog sa Beogradom. Vidjet ćemo. Evo drugih stvarnosti. Srbi, kao u drugim zemljama, posebno mladi Srbi, masovno napuštaju zemlju. I također nemam vremena da ulazimo u dubinu, samo da vam kažem, ako mislite da Srbija može i treba da ide na bolje, možda vrijeme nije na strani Srbije, pa biste trebali iskoristiti poziv predsjednika Vučića da otvoriti ozbiljnu raspravu o ovom pitanju. A suština je da taj pitanje, što hoću da vam kažem, suština je da taj pitanje je nacionalni teret Srbima i državni teret također. It's a lot of energy, samo da mijenjam jezik kratko, it's a lot of energy that Serbian government and diplomacy has to put into removing recognitions and keeping Kosovo out. This is a lot of trošenje energiju. I to je veliki teret i ona može i to razmisliti što se tiče vremena. Drugi točak, teritorij. Svi ratovi u bivšoj Jugoslaviji bili su nadmetanja oko teritorija. Bilo u Hrvatskoj ili u Bosni ili sada na Kosovo sa nadmetanjem oko 4 opštine sjeverno od rijeke Ibar. Problem sa teritorijalnim rješenjima je u tome što su isključiva. Zero sum, znači da je zero sum. Šta to znači? Znači da ovaj je teritorij moj, a to znači da nije tvoj. To znači da etno-teritorijalna rješenja zahtijevaju ne samo dobitak, već i oduzimanje dijela teritorija koji nije dio dogovora. Recimo, potpuno protiv vjerovatnosti, obzirom na protiv poziciju, da su Albanci složili da se odkrenu 4 sjeverne opštine u zamjenu za nekakav dogovor. To bi značilo za Srbe implicitno oduzimanje prava Srbima na južnom teritoriju zemlje. Ako razdvojite teritoriju, oduzimate prava. Govorimo o nužnom, čak i implicitno dogovorenom, masovnom etničkom bijegu sa dijela Kosova sa jezgrom srpske baštine, na primjer Dečani i Gračanica. Ponudio sam u mom članku u Foreign Policy alternativu. Umjesto takozvani kompensacija Srbiji zbog gubitak nečega što ne možete nadoknaditi, kako država možete nadoknaditi gubitak nacionalne baštine, ja vas pitam. Preporučio sam suprotno, potvrđujući trajnu srpsku vezu sa Kosovom, posebno na jugu. Na primjer, ustupanjem izravnog suvereniteta Dečana, Gračanice i ključnih mjesta Srpske pravoslavne crkva. Oni bi bili suvereni poput Vatikana ili Atosa, kao vi kažete, Sveta Gora, sa pravom dizanje zastave, crkva zastave, čak i srpska zastava. Sporovi bi rješavalo izravno tijelo glavnog tajna OEBS-a. A šta to znači? Što znači? To bi bilo znak. To nije samo za crkvu. To bi bilo znak Srbima koji živi tamo na Kosovo, da oni mogu dalje opstati tamo i živjeti tamo. Na kraju, vratimo se historiji. Najteže i najslabije shvaćenom elementu od svih. Zapravo, najnaivna izjava koju čujete od diplomata, službenika, nevladinih organizacija i drugih dobronamjernih stranaca glasi: treba ti prestati razmišljati o prošlosti i umjesto toga se fokusirati na budućnost. Valjda ste to čuli. Pa upravo prošlost kontrolira današnja očekivanja. Zašto se uopšte govori o kompensaciji za gubitak, takozvani gubitak Kosova, ako ne zbog prošlosti? Zašto neki, po mom mišljenju, pogrešno tvrđe da nijedan srpski lider ne može priznati Kosovo? Odgovor je upravo zbog prošlosti, odnosno historijskog narativa. Ovdje je poziv predsjednika Vučića na dijalog najznačajnije i doista zanimljiv. Zašto ne prihvatiti njegov poziv i usuditi se ponovno suočiti se za prošlost? Je li to nemoguće u Balkanu? Ja vas pitam, je li to nemoguće? Totalna fantazija. Je li to totalna fantazija? Uopšte nije tako. Dopustite mi da vam dam konkretne primjere. Možete li imenovati dvije zemlje bivše Jugoslavije koje su žestoko borili 90. i sada imaju odlične odnose? Znate li zašto imaju odlični odnosi? Je li to zbog toga što su, kao što diplomati kažu, jednostavno otišli dalje, tako mi kažemo, moved on, i ostavili prošlost na miru? Nikako. Razlog zbog kojeg ove dvije zemlje danas imaju odlično odnosi je taj što je jedna strana imala hrabrosti suočiti se, priznati i čak se ispričati za prošlost. Ta zemlja je Crna Gora. Njezin vođa Milo Đukanović ispričao se da izvinio se Hrvatskoj zbog bombardiranja Dubrovnika i povezanih zločina. Što više, Crna Gora je sudila generalima, uključujući i onome koji se prozvao takozvani ministrom turizma za vreme rata, ako sjećate se to. Hrvati su prihvatili ispriku i krenuli dalje, iako se još uvijek sjećaju onoga što se dogodilo i neće zaboraviti. Poštuju Đukanovića i Crnogorci kao i drugi. To je znak snaga, hrabrosti i čak nacionalni časti, da se ponosimo, a isto tako da preuzmemo odgovornost. Što se tiče Đukanovića, lično znamo da na njega ovaj značajan korak nije loše utjecao. Ali možda vi kažete da je to bila iznimka koja dokazuje pravilo. Što je sa onim gdje se dvije zemlje ne slažu o prošlosti, gdje svaka je još uvijek ima svoj pogled na prošlost. Eto, i ovdje je jedan primjer i mnogo noviji. Prespanski sporazum 2018. godinu između Grčke i sada Sjeverne Makedonije. Ljudi vjeruju da se ovaj sporazum odnosio samo na promjenu imena Makedonija, ali i mnogo više od toga. Sporazum izravno suočava razumijevanje drevne i nedavne historije svake strane, uključujući krvave borbe između Makedonaca i Grka pod Titom za vrijeme Grčkog građanskog rata. Taj borba dovela je do etničkog protjerivanja desetina hiljada Makedonaca iz područja koji su smatrali svojom domovinom poput Kosova. Znate li da obitelj makedonska ministra vanjskih poslova Nikola Dimitrova, koji je pregovarao o sporazumu sa grčkim kolegom, potječe iz tog dijela Grčke područja poznatog Makedoncima kao Agejska Makedonija. Znate li da se sporazum na dostojanstven način dotiče razumijevanje prošlosti svake strane? I strane su otvorili novu budućnost. Pa kako bi se Srbi, koji žele prihvatiti Vučićev poziv i otvoriti ozbiljan interni dijalog o Kosovu, bavili prošlošću? Imam dva prijedloga. Kao prvo, iskoristiti drugi izvori povijesti iz naše istorije. Evo jednog, Confronting the Yugoslav Controversies, a Scholars Initiative. To je pokušaj okupljanja stručnjaka sa svih strana kako bi se na stručan, historički način pozabavili razlozima raspada Jugoslavije. Što se dogodilo tijekom rata? Puno je materijala iz drugih izvora, potrebno je samo spremnost da postaviti pitanje, spremnost da postaviti pitanje kako se to zapravo dogodilo. Najvažnije, i to je zaključam, prihvatiti da nedavna historija Kosova nije započela 90. godina zračnom kampanjom NATO-a. Svatko ko ima i površne spoznanje o raspadu Jugoslavije zna da su se kritične odluke desili 10 godina ranije kada je Srbija ukinula autonomiju kakvu je Kosovo uživalo pod Titom od Ustava od 74 godine. I čak Milošević je u 1987. godina, 2 godine prije pada Berlinskog zida, uveo srpski nacionalizam kao službenu politiku srpskog političkog vodstva protiv Stambolića i projugoslavenski, antinacionalistički i reformski element. Zaključim sada. I hvala što ste mene pratili. Jedino što ja predložim, sad opet mijenjam jezik. By all means, look at both sides. Gledajte na obe strane. Gledajte šta Albanci su radili kad su dobili oružje od Albanije na 97. godinama. Ali što je važno, da to be willing, as these scholars were, to confront the past and ask the question, šta u stvari se dogodilo. Na kraju, ja bih rekao, kao se kaže na latinskom, veritas vos liberavat. The truth will set you free. Hvala puno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. Now, last but not the least, obviously, I will hand over the floor to General Mindrescu, who is the chair of the Executive Academic Board of the European Security and Defense College and senior associate expert on New Strategy Center, Romania. Obviously, everything that we discussed is very closely connected to the security situation in the region, and we would obviously like to see your, or rather hear your views on this issue. So please.
As I promised, I'm going to be brief, and I couldn't be otherwise after all these, let's say, takings of the floor of such caliber. So let me embrace a soldier's brevity, and I'm going to say that I'm rather optimistic regarding the future of this regional cooperation. And when I'm saying that, I'm looking at the trend. Of course, to me, from where I stand, that this regional cooperation is far beyond being perfect. Probably it's even not enough at this point. And I don't know if the people that knows the reality will assess it as being purely good, but it is, and it has been increasing, and based on what has been advised by Martin Luther King, that said that if you can't fly, you have to run. If you can't run, you have to walk. If you can't walk, you have to crawl, but keep moving forward. So this advancement has been kept. And I couldn't see another direction but going up to, let's say, walk, run, and even fly in the future. And I'm based that because it's profitable to cooperate at the regional level at the end of the day. It's the nature's call, and that will speak at the end of the day. I do believe that. Slowly, slowly, everything will be fading away, and the reality of this profitable way of doing things will win, in my opinion. So there is a need. And then, because of this need, let's say that the future is, in my mind, assured. Of course, the level that we're facing right now is far beyond the expectations, but even so, is a positive one. And as well, I read about a kind of a barometer that speaks about local population seeing positively 60 to 70% this probability, which is good. My single advice is to be realistic and practical in building this kind of capability, because to me, in my modest soldier's thinking, that should be seen as a capability that has the foundation on the leadership and the mindset that speaks about the fostering a culture of cooperation, and has three main pillars that are process, tools, and structure. If this is ensured, then necessarily the cooperation, the regional cooperation will win the day. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. This is the only way that a general or military can speak, very concise and in media res. That's very much appreciated. Thank you very much for your contribution. I particularly like what you said, that the regional cooperation it's a nature's call. I think this is something that we need to repeat, and we need to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, let me apologize for being a horrible moderator of this panel, because I simply didn't have a heart. I was too emotionally corrupted with the excellent presentation of our panelists to cut them and to be stricter about time. And thus I robbed you from the opportunity to pose your questions and your views. But I'm quite positive that during the lunch you will have the opportunity to engage personally with our panelists and extend the discussion that they so masterfully presented. Let me conclude by saying that the future of the region, for sure, once again, as a nature call, lies in a closer cooperation and on its EU accession path. The positive image building through the common policies and cooperation is something that is the best way to legitimize the whole region as the future part of the EU. We need to present the region as someone who can contribute to a broader European strategies and broader European resolution of European issues. The new methodology is going to be soon presented. It will be a new document suggested by one member state, but let's not forget that this new methodology needs to acquire unanimous support by all EU 27, 28, depending on the particular moment of its accession. However, I would say that methodology in its technicalities needs not to forget three important things. One is the persistent repetition of the importance of democratic principles upon which EU has been formed as a driving model for cooperation of the Western Balkans, accompanied by the rule of law as its integral part. The second is that regional cooperation needs to remain as a substantial part of the EU accession of the whole Western Balkans to the EU, and that the resolution of bilateral conflicts and issues is a must. There is no accession to the EU without bilateral issues being resolved. Whoever tells you differently will not be very much frank to you. And the third, perhaps, that resonates everything that the panelists were saying and is closely connected to communication issue, is the necessity of inclusion of the Western Balkan countries in a broader European-wide structured dialogue on the future of Europe. There is no future of the Western Balkans without thinking about the common future of Europe, and there is no future of Europe, strategic autonomy of Europe, without getting everybody from the Western Balkans on board. With that, I would like to thank wholeheartedly to all the panelists for their excellent presentations and their contribution, to thank you for your attention, and to hand over to Jelena and thank her for organizing all this for the conclusions and recommendations. Jelena, please.
Join me around. Okay, excellent. Mi sada ulazimo u fazu, znači imamo sat vremena pre ručka za zaključke i preporuke koji su predviđeni. Dakle, Reufe, Šule, uđite u kadar, molim vas. Bolje izgleda za donatore ovamo. Please. Ashley. You know, Ashley, I don't want to say do come here for the sake of gender balance, but for the sake of, trust of brains that we put together. Ray, it goes for you as well. And Antonio, please. Maxim, please. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm tired.
You can come both. Both of you can come.
Now, that's it. That's more like it. No, they were claiming that they were chairing the biggest panel. Beat this one. Now I'll switch. Izvinjavam se za ove logističke izazove, ali razumjet ćete me jednom. Dakle, mi smo na noćnoj sesiji koja je trebala početi malo kasnije, predstavili neformalno, dakle, našim učesnicima istraživanje javnog mnjenja. Ja bih sada prošla brzo kroz njega ponovo i komentarisala zato što je s nama još uvek agencija Tanjug i pretpostavljam da će njima biti korisno, a vas molim, ako vidite nešto od onoga što vam je zanimljivo, što biste vi komentarisali na ovim slajdovima, da se onda uključite i mislim da neće trajati to duže od jedno 10 minuta i onda bih pozvala sve vas da date zaključke i preporuke, ne samo znači u vezi ovog poslednjeg panela, nego panela na kojima ste učestvovali generalno o onome što su bile teme, znači i sa preporukama ja bih molila da budu u pravcu kako na demokratski i miran način da što jače usidrimo Srbiju na političkom zapadu, što je neskrivena ambicija Centra za evroatlantske studije i što oni koji su nam omogućili da ovu odličnu konferenciju imamo u ovim prostorijama vrlo dobro znaju što treba imati u vidu. Ajde da počnemo. Dakle, ovo je bilo istraživanje javnog mnjenja, imate sve podatke o metodologiji i slično. Kako Srbija može sebe najbolji način da zaštiti u budućnosti od bezbednosnih izazova. Saradnja sa Kinom i Rusijom ima veliku podršku, da ostane i politički i vojno neutralna i da ostane samo vojno neutralna se prilično razlikuje, ovo postaje vrlo zanimljivo, mislim da zaslužuje dalje komentare. Mislim da ovo prvi put da je neko pitao da je razdvojio vojnu i političko-vojnu neutralnost. S kojima bi zemljama najčešće susednim trebali da radimo? Jedan od razloga zašto smo ovo pitali jeste zato što recimo i na ovom panelu danas o regionalnoj saradnji, moli kad kaže regionalna saradnja, svi misle samo na Zapadni Balkan. Šta je sa Srbijom koja ima ogromnu granicu, geografske sličnosti, osim Hrvatske mi smo jedina dunavska zemlja, bivše Jugoslavije sada, koja ima u poslednjih par godina rastuću bilateralnu saradnju sa zemljama Mađarske, Rumunija, Grčka, Bugarska. Gle čuda, 4 NATO zemlje, pa mogla bi da dodam i Tursku. Zašto se te aktivnosti Srbije ne zovu regionalna saradnja i ne podržavaju kao regionalna saradnja? Beats me. Dakle, ovo je standardno ako bi se održao referendum, dakle, žuto je, mi smo radili vrlo slično istraživanje prošle godine i onda smo sad namerno već na slajdovima poredili rezultate da bi videli da li neke stvari imaju efekte i ako imaju, kakvog to efekta imaju. Još uvek ima energije za evropske integracije, ali ne treba je trošiti, rekla bih, uzaludno. Sada ova pitanja u vezi NATO-a, mi se trudimo da postavimo više pitanja od onoga što je, kad bi bio referendum, da li biste. U ovoj zemlji nikada nije bila kampanja za članstvo Srbije u NATO, što ljudi zaboravljaju. Bilo je perioda dok je Goran Svijanović bio ministar spoljnih poslova, kada su stvari bile drugčije, ali jednostavno kampanje, državne kampanje nije bilo, da se razumemo, jel? Kada bi bio sada referendum u Srbiji, kako bi stvari bile? Dakle, vidite da je pala podrška od prošle godine do ove, to je ovaj levi kućica. Ja mislim da smo još i dobro prošli koliko se u borbu protiv ruskog načina obeležavanja 20 godina od NATO bombardovanja nije uključio niko osim CEAS, ako smem tako da kažem. Ok, ajmo dalje. A videli smo koliko Rusi rade na sve strane. Dakle, sad za one koji bi glasali da se Srbija pridruži NATO, zašto bi oni želeli da Srbija postane zemlja, dakle, članica NATO-a? Ovaj neodređeni, zato što je to bolje za nas, je vrlo zanimljiv, ali po meni je najdepresivniji ovaj does not know, cannot tell. Tu je prostor, ne znam da kaže zašto, pa tu je prostor za one koji nešto znaju, da to objasne, da ih ubede. Pa to je 24% ljudi koji mogu relativno lako da se ubede. Moje kolege, ja sam to uporno pričala kolegama u Crnoj Gori iz pro-EU NGO sektora, koji je isto bio vrlo čutljiv i oportunističan vrlo dugo u kampanju, uključili su se u kampanju jedno mesec dana pre kraja, kad je već bilo jasno da će Crna Gora postati zemlja članica i da će to biti politički uspeh. Ja sam im govorila sve vreme, pa ako ništa drugo izađite i recite, vi koji ste za Evropsku uniju, vidite da su se okolnosti promenile, da sad nemamo neutralnu situaciju koju treba građani da ubeđujemo, nego imamo spoljne aktere koji su aktivno protiv i naših evropskih integracija. Kad pravite puč u Crnoj Gori, ne radite vi to samo zbog članstva u NATO, mislim, propastit će vam i druge stvari. Mislim da isto takva vrsta relativno jednostavne argumentacije postoji i za kolege koji se bave samo pitanjem evropskih integracija, uključujući i celu tu mašineriju čutljivih NGO-a koje je stvorio berlinski proces. Inače, neće biti ni berlinskog procesa ako se drugi utice, a vidjet ćete i dalje, ovako nastave. Ako, dakle, i dalje se pitam, ako nam nisu hakovani e-mailovi, a nisu, a poslali smo, zašto je tako malo organizacija civilnog društva bilo na ovom skupu? Možda je druga tema to što se još uvek plaše da ne budu povezani sa NATO-om, bombardovanjem i siromašenim uranijom u 2019. godini, pa evo vam poruka koliko je bilo državnih predstavnika ovde. Možda je zaista vreme da malo i oni živnu u vezi ovoga. Dakle, sada oni koji su rekli da bi glasali protiv članstva, zašto? Vidite tu, dakle, sad je pitanje bombardovanja glavno, ali i dalje kad se saberu svi ovi drugi neodređeni, postoji prostor da se malo kućice ujednače. Ovo je jedno od meni najzanimljivih pitanja i ponosna sam što je meni palo na pamet da ga pitam još prošle godine. Pogledajte, saberite sad sve ove odgovore procenate koji ne znaju ili pogrešne odgovore, dakle koliki je to prostor. Zamislite kad bi svaki kolega iz NGO-a koji se bavi samo evropskim integracijama, nevezano za džabe, for free, bez projekta, nekom od svojih mnogobrojnih izjava za sve opozicione medije u Srbiji rekao, da li znati, većina zemalja članica Evropske unije su ujedno i članice NATO-a. Ja bih voljela kad bi sad mogli godinu dana da to ponavljaju, pa da onda im izmerim iduće godine ovaj rezultat. Sad, najbolje pitanje ove godine i najzanimljiviji rezultat. Sećate se, 8% građana Srbije bi glasalo za ulazak članstvo u Srbiju u NATO. Pogledajte, 15% bi shvata logiku kad hoće da je zbog ovog vakuma koji se pravi na razne načine, a iz NATO još niko neće da izađe, ste to primetili by the way, jako je brain dead, 15% prihvata da NATO preuzima glavnu ulogu. Sad ćemo to povezati posle sa KFOR-om, još jedna od stvari koju nijedna od organizacija civilnog društva koja se bavi evropskim integracijama neće da spomene ili da obrati pažnju. Da li bi zapadni lideri trebali da nastave da izražavaju žaljenje za civilne žrtve tokom NATO bombardovanja ili urade još nešto češće, ali trebalo da nastave da polažu cveće na spomen obeležja. Ovo su najiskreniji odgovori koje sam ja ikad videla. Treba, ako zaista to i misle, treba s obzirom na ono šta je urađeno. Imajući u vidu koliko mnogo ljudi još uvek u Srbiji nije doprla da su neke od tih stvari već urađene, da je generalni sekretar već više puta izrazio žaljenje. Ja sam jako ponosna i milo mi je što je i juče i pomoćnik generalnog sekretara NATO-a, ali i izrazio i u svoje lično ime i preneo još jednom i poruku generalnog sekretara, jer trenuci se ne dopru svaki put do svih građana Srbije, ne gleda svako, ne pročita i slično. Dakle, ima i tekako prostora da i takve stvari pomognu da se jaz u percepciji odnosa, ali i razloga i okolnosti tragične prošlosti bolje razume. Nadam se da će i predstavnici zemalja članica početi tako da se odnose i da to razumiju, ako im je ošto interesuje da se približe odnosi Srbije i NATO. Ovo je, dakle, već izazvalo dosta komentara, ali nije iznenađujuće. Televizija sa nacionalnim frekvencijama, jutarnji programi, tu se formira javno mnjenje Srbije. I sada možete da progutate najveću žabu, što bi rekao naš pokojni premijer, kad već jedeš žabe i gutaš žabe i moraš progutaj najveću prvo. Ja sam jedno vreme bojkotovala i Pink i sve živo iz očaja kad je krenuo ruska mašinerija i kad su oni počeli da kriminalizuju i civilno društvo i opoziciju i da proizvode lažne vesti i ostalo, ali situacija nešto promenila, oni su sad otvorili malo i za drugu stranu i sa ovakvim rezultatima kako se informišete o NATO, šta ti drugo preostaje nego da ideš na te televizije pa da bar se i tvoj argument čuje. Ajmo dalje. Kako je vaš odnos prema saradnji Srbije sa NATO-om u oblasti reagovanja u vanrednim situacijama? Ovo je odlično, saborite, dakle, prošle godine je bila najveća vežba u oblasti reagovanja u vanrednim situacijama između Srbije i NATO. Rusi su bili vrlo ljuti što nisu pozvani, bila je orkestrirana kampanja, jeli protiv. Saberite neutralne i pozitivne, pogledajte, saberite neutralne i pozitivne, koliki je to dobar prostor. By the way, što se priča o Ruskom humanitarnom centru tiče, osim što je Gordon Popov u pravu da je jedina tačna ime onaj reč Niš, imamo dobre vesti, a cilj ove konferencije je bilo da se i pozitivni trendovi koji se dešavaju, pored neupitnih loših stvari u Srbiji, da o njima važni ljudi poput vas nešto čuju. 100 km niže u Vranju Ministarstvo unutrašnjih poslova je pre par dana formiralo novi centar za vanredne situacije bez Rusa. Ovaj centar još uvijek nije dobio diplomatski status pored solidnog gušenja i pritiska od Rusa. Imajte i to u vidu. Da li bi u slučaju da trebali bi zapadne zemlje da više pomognu Srbiji da prevaziđe vrlo komplikovana pitanje koje ima u oblasti zaštite životne sredine ili da li bi to popravilo odnose Srbije sa NATO? Opet ogroman prostor za delovanje i unapređenje odnosa. Od toga da se uporno ponavlja da već postoje projekti koji idu kroz one poverilačke fondove, jer je skladišćenje viška municije takođe i ekološki i bezbednosni koristan metod. Bez obzira, nikom ne pada na pamet da traži ratnu štetu, ali negirati činjenicu da je infrastruktura uništena, ali onda iskoristiti to pa reći Srbija ima ogroman problem i sa istorijskim otpadom i sada sa odlaganjem opasnog materijala, bez obzira što je Bergbar nuklearni odneo na svu sreću. Vraća se i to polako, brati pažnju, druže. Da se malo pomogne Srbiji kad se otvori poglavlje 27 pregovora o zaštiti životne sredine. To je jedno od najskupljih pregovora, oblasti za pregovaranje, da se pomogne tu Srbiji vanredno i da se kaže pomogle su i zemlje članice NATO, pa da vidimo šta će da bude. A sad, Ed, izvini, molim te, da li ti veruješ u demokratiju, Ed?
Molim?
Da li ti veruješ u demokratiju?
Vjerujem.
Veruješ i u činjenice?
Da, i vjerujem u nacionalni narativ.
A veruješ u, da istina, kako biš...
Što najviše djeluje na attitude.
Da li si ti kad čuo, Ed, pošto si nam održao lekciju o suočavanju s prošlošću da je Srbija izručila 2 predsjednika i 6 aktivnih generala Hagu? Da li si kad čuo za veća specijalizovana za zločine OČK? Da li si spomenuo zločine UČK protiv Srba u ovim svojim izlaganjima? Da li si, samo još par pitanja, nisi pričao o regionalnoj saradnji, mogu ja da iskoristim priliku, da li si ikada razmišljao zašto Srbi nisu otišli s Kosova posle pogroma 2004. Zašto bi otišli sad sa mirnim rješenjem? Na osnovu koje informacije tvrdiš da bi se desilo još jedno etničko čišćenje? Samo me to zanima. A sad, demokratija.
Smijem ja odgovoriti?
Ne, kasnije ćeš imati priliku. Već si dobio prostor da izlaziš stvari o Kosovu na panelu o regionalnoj saradnji. Čak nisi ni povezao kakve bi veze unutrašnji dijalog imao sa regionalnom saradnjom. Ja da sam bila gost na tvojoj konferenciji, ja bih se bar potrudila pa bi to upakovala u temu panela, ali dobit ćeš, ne sekiraj se. Dakle, kada bi bilo Srbiji ponuđeno kompromisno rešenje u vezi budućeg statusa Kosova i Metohije, koje bi podrazumevalo, i ovo je sad bitno, i priznanje obostrano, da li bi se to rješenje kompromisno prihvatilo ako bi ono podrazumevalo, pa sad sledeće, nije stvar teritorije bez ljudi s ljudima, nego neprijatne okolnosti gde su baš u tim opštinama na severu Kosova smešteni prirodni i drugi resursi koji su mnogi građani bivše Jugoslavije, pogotovo Srbije bez Kosova, takođe investirali i ja plaćala kredite i dugove kroz koje kakve aranžmane i ostalo. Dakle, pogledajte, oni koji su za resurse kažu da, 32% njih je najviše, to je razlog, ništa drugo. To dođe u budžet. Resursi koji dolaze u budžet u zemlji koja ima, hvala Bogu još uvek i pored Miloševića i bivših politika sadašnjih vlasti, i Bošnjake, i Mađare, i pravoslavce, i katolike, i Albance na jugu Srbije, su najegalitarniji način, najgrađanskiji način da se neke stvari u vezi Kosova namire. I meni, ja moram priznati da mi je vrlo milo što Srpska pravoslavna crkva tu malo gubi za 1%. Ali šta da se radi? 37% status Srpske pravoslavne crkve, 32% moje egalitarno rešenje. Sada najzanimljiviji po meni rezultat ovog nalaza. Ovo pitanje u sredini. Kompromisno rešenje koje bi uključilo i razgraničenje sa 4 opštine u vezi njih, ali sa nastavkom prisustva KFOR-a i autonomijom za Srbe koji ostaju da žive na Kosovu. Pogledajte sad, sa nastavkom prisustva KFOR-a, saberite one koji se ni slažu ni ne slažu, znači koji se još nisu odlučili, 25 plus onih koji se slažu 44. Tražite kompromisno, mirno rešenje za Kosovo, da pritom ne bude stabilokratija, nego demokratija u Srbiji. Pa pogledajte ovo, saberite 25 i 44. Javnost Srbije vam je rekla u kom pravcu želi da ide. Javnost Srbije još samo treba da se nauči da je KFOR nije isključivo, ali to mora i Luke Coffey da se nauči, da KFOR nije NATO na terenu, nego NATO sprovodi misiju po mandatu UN-a 1244. Ako bi se danas održao referendum i koji bi podrazumevao razgraničenje i ako bi ga, dakle, podržao i predsjednik Srbije i vlada Srbije i ako bi to rešenje bilo podržano od strane NATO i Evropske unije, za sve koji verujete u demokratiju, 39% i to i dalje nije 50%. Da bi bilo moguće realizovati Prespanski sporazum kao model, vi još treba da uđete i u parlament pa da amandmanima promenite ustav, koliko ja znam, pa to treba još i 2/3. Pa sad vidite gde smo da se to na demokratski način reši i nije to sve stvar nacionalnog narativa, nego i nekih drugih okolnosti, da ni bombardovanje, ni 20 miliona različitih argumenta zašto je Srbija izgubila Kosovo, ništa od toga ne doprinosi razumevanju problema i mogućnosti da se reši na adekvatan način, a soljenje pameti, i to je u Srbiji 2019. čisto sa PR aspekta najlošiji način da se prenese poruka. Odnos prema Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, bilo je mnogo zbunjujućih stvari, srpski zvaničnici su naravno vrlo pogrešno tvrdili da je ova administracija sad odjednom otvorila uši da čuje srpsku stranu. Ja ošte ne mislim tako, mislim da su uvijek Amerikanci bili konstruktivni i da je to jedan od pogrešnih načina na koji se neke stvari u ovoj zemlji spinuju, ali mislim da je ovo za sve koji se u Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama bave Balkanom na različite načine kao komentatori iz Bele kuće, iz State Departmenta, da je za sve ovi rezultati su korisni. 38% ipak onih koji vide neku promjenu prošle godine, to je bio dobar rezultat. Ovaj pad sada je, mislim, opet vezan zbog dinamike pregovora s Kosovom i toga što ipak ide spin pritiska. Pritisak u 2019. Politika oslovljavanja je užasno dobar alat, ali treba znati kad zaustaviti ventil. Ima i drugih primjera sa tim davljenjem kad stvari nisu tako dobre. Kako biste ocenili prošlogodišnju kampanju ambasade Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u Srbiji Vi ste svet, koja je promovisala istorijski dobre odnose između Srbije i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država? Ovde je očito odgovor javnosti i da treba da se ponavljaju, da mogu još građana da ih vidi i da načelno daju dobre rezultate. Ono što je bilo izuzetno pametno od strane ambasade, što ste tu kampanju u stvari mogli da vidite kad god odete na internet prezentacije najgorih tabloida u Srbiji. Oni su tu bili mnogo pametniji od mene, ja ih izbegavam i bojkotujem. Ne. Gledate Pink, gledate vesti, pa onda gledate o Apollo, učešću Srba u misiji Apollo, pa onda gledate o Woodrow Wilsonu i Pupinu i o tome kako su Amerikanci prepoznali značaj uloge Srbije u Prvom svetskom ratu, pa i misija Heliard sad, koja je konačno probila led zahvaljujući fondaciji. To su sve dobre i bitne stvari i treba nam. Setite se juče, kad me pitate šta je bio najkorisniji trenutak cele ove konferencije. Prvi put smo imali kolegu iz naučne zajednice koji realizuju u stvari ogromne projekte sa NATO-om u ovom programu za mir i stabilnost, SPS programe. On je prvi čovek koji je progovorio u javnosti. Prvi čovek. Šta je rekao? I ta kampanja je išla. Nikad nije imao problem na ulici. Ja imam problem, ja sam imala i policijsku zaštitu, on nije. Zato što je javnost videla da Srbija radi nešto konstruktivno što Zapad prepoznaje. To je ceo spin oko te kampanje bilo da su eto srpski naučnici prepoznati. Treba pratiti, naravno, trebalo bi oni da uzmu više učešća u demontiranju tog narativa o uticaju uranijuma, osiromašenog uranijuma, ali ajde nadamo se da će priskočiti u pomoć. Šta je najteža prepreka koja mora da se prevaziđe u odnosima Srbije i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država? Ja sam ponosna što smo upravo mi prvi put, ja mislim, i postavili pitanje braće Bitići. Mislim da postoji mnogo prostora da se objasni da su to američki građani, kako su kidnapovani, ali nisam sigurna da li braću Bitići treba sprovoditi i da li treba upropaštavati legitimnu temu pitanja seksualnih zločina i silovanja sa nesmotrenim naduvavanjem brojeva koji rade kosovski zvaničnici koji podržavaju Sjedinjene Američke Države. To me depresira kao žensku osobu, potencijalnu žrtvu tako nečega u ratnom sukobu. Dovoljno je da je bilo i 3, ne mora da se priča o 200.000. Jer vidimo već sada da je ta kosovska kampanja, broj žrtava koji su oni očekivali da će se prijave i ostalo, da to sve ide u vrlo pogrešnu stranu. Kao i ovo brojanje u onim skafanderima, nije mi jasno čemu to. Ovo je relativno standardni rezultati u kojim to oblastima Amerikanci imaju najveći uticaj i da li ga vidite pozitivno ili negativno. Zanimljiv nisu Srbi, samo treba im nastaviti objašnjavati, ovo je po meni grafik koji treba da u stvari najviše posluži liderima Srbije, ali pitanje je koliko lideri Srbije mogu ovo da kažu u ovom trenutku. Dakle, mi smo čuli razne aspekte ruskog uticaja u Srbiji. CEAS je zasigurno stoji iza svih svojih nalaza, da je onaj nalet soft powera, lažnih NGO-a, Sputnika, naišao na otvorena, mi smo to zvali open door policy, mocking NATO policy srpske vlade. Ali mi se čini da postoji, i pogotovo u poslednjih 2 godine, o tome su izveštavali, čitav jedan spektar uticaja koji su u stvari direktno mimo ono što su proklamovani politike vlade Srbije. Molim lepo, na sajtu Ministarstva spoljnih poslova je juče izašao ceo govor ministra spoljnih poslova Dačića. U svim tabloidima je izašao naslov jačanje partnerske saradnje Srbije sa NATO-om je jedan od prioriteta državne politike Republike Srbije. Ja bolji naslov ne bih mogla da uzmem. To je poruka. Ovo ste videli o siromašenom uranijumu, dakle ovo je poražavajući rezultat, možda ponavljam lekcija i za one koji se bore protiv doktorata Siniše Malog, da se pitamo a šta ćemo sa neupitnim doktoratima, pozicijama, predavačima na državnim univerzitetima. Državni univerziteti su inače u tom CELS-ovom ogromnom istraživanju o ruskom uticaju pre par godina prepoznati u stvari kao najveći kanal uticaja, najveći kanal ruskog uticaja ostvarno poslednjih par godina kroz akademsku zajednicu i akademske institucije i niko to ne dovodi u pitanje. Dakle, ja sam vam sve rekla. Moj zaključak ove konferencije je, ovo je bila odlična konferencija, mi smo imali precedentan broj predstavnika državnih institucija, značaj KFOR-a je prepoznat, artikulisan, Ohridski proces, Gorane, hvala ti do neba za onako fenomenalan breakdown značaja i argumentacije da nije nekomplementaran ni sa jednom stvari iz procesa evropskih integracija i da je apsolutno inkluzivan. Još jedan od zaključaka ove konferencije je nedostatak kolega iz civilnog društva, definitivno značaj činjenice što je pomoćnik generalnog sekretara izrazio žaljenje za civilne žrtve i optimističan ton opušten na ovakvom mestu o značaju jačanja saradnje Srbije sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama. I sada, bez daljeg odlaganja, odmah dajem reč panelistima. Bert, ti si se prvi javio i rekao si da imaš preporuke. Izvoli.
I just want to start off the discussion about recommendations and conclusions, and I think we each can sort of say what we got out of this wonderful conference. Again, congratulations on a very successful conference. So I'm just going to say what my top 5 conclusions were and open the floor to everyone else. The first one, I loved Ambassador Petrich's term, regional self-activation. Exactly. And that's a brilliant term, and Serbia, as the largest country in the region, is a key to stability and a natural leader. I also liked your list of what's been done, and I think your message is exactly right. We have to strengthen and highlight the existing regional initiatives. I liked Molly's term, the Balkan Common Market, but whatever it's called, to really, and that goes with the regional self-activation, so the region becomes its own actor rather than waiting for good things to come from Brussels. I certainly got a sense that we need much better coordination between the U.S. and the EU on the Balkan policy and within the EU. The messages and narratives are completely contradictory all over the place. Every day there's a different one. So if we, the West, EU and U.S. want to accomplish something, we have to start to get our message straight and coordinate our policies. I also liked your idea about more tangible projects, the idea about the Chinese bridge and so forth. And, you know, as a diplomat, I've been to many meetings on process, and I know the importance of building institutions and technical assistance and everything else, but there is a human desire to see things and touch things. There was a song once, I think Jonathan Richman, he said, it's not enough to know it, I got to see it. And so tangible things and big PR about what we do. I was talking to someone earlier that said, you know, the Norwegians or someone else gave some ambulances or something, and when the government said, well, you can put your flag on the side, that would be really nice to show. And they said, no, that's not our way, you know. Whereas I think the Russians and the Chinese, they put their flag on the side, they show what they do. So I think we have to do more PR for what is done. And then finally, I totally agree with what Ambassador Petrich said about the need for, and Mr. Paul to say about the need for new post-war thinking
and new institutions tied to new realities. The world is changing. We're no longer an industrial society. We're post-industrial. And I like the idea of a peace region. So I think we all can, and the Balkans can contribute to that new thinking, saying it's no longer just east-west. There's a whole new opportunities out there. So with that, I'd just like to throw it open to the other panelists and members of the audience for conclusions and recommendations.
Sorry. So I wanted to, first of all, to thank for this opportunity. Very interesting conference, a good mix of people and, concrete things coming out. I wanted to comment on the poll and, give some possible suggestions. The first thing is we should work on the ignorance bubble and then on the hardened tabloiders. I don't know if it's easier, because also spreading knowledge is, complicated these times. I assure you also in Italy it would be very complicated to reduce, the ignorance gap. Second thing is the scars of war last. In my personal experience, they last 60 years. So you will start, seeing people somehow forgetting important dates in 2059. I had personal experience, with the Italian armistice, the 8th of September 1943. At a certain moment I said, oh, it's the 8th of September. Who cares? I don't care anymore. So it takes. Story lessons are very important. My training has been as a historian, so I couldn't agree more with a colleague on writing correctly, story. I would insist very much on good documentaries. Documentaries are extremely powerful, and they should be better than the National Geographic standard. I prefer lots of locals and less, Westerner commentators on these things. And it is vital they have to be disseminated on YouTubes, and then there must be a production of clips, meme, cartoons, because younger people consume this. It is for them very difficult to read a book, but if they get, 10-minute, well-done cartoon, they understand, what is the Cold War. At least this is a medium. It's our task to make it, effective. Kosovo Serbians. Something that probably is important in the Serbian debate is to start to allow some political pluralism in these 10 municipalities. Not for the sake of, Westerner values. I don't give a fig about that because, politics is very concrete. But to insist that there is only one list for all Kosovo Serbs, this makes politics in the region less sustainable, even for Belgrade. And for the rest, and this is more for the institutions in Pristina, they should first of all allow the association or confederation of Serbian municipalities quickly, and then do a South Tyrol. We in 3 years in Italy avoided 40 years of Northern Ireland and South Tyrol. It costs, yes, it costs. It's normal. But at least you don't have people, stuck in the past. And I suspect that, the 4 northern municipalities would be more than happy, to see concrete action by Pristina, as the other 6 ones are starting to understand that life goes on. Finally, K4, I couldn't, but somehow respond. It is a trusted institution. It goes on, fine. But of course, it's not eternal. The better the political temperature in Kosovo goes, the more it diminishes, the lower will be the level. I would dream in a short, medium term about 1,800 soldiers. It's certain conditions are not still there, I know that. But most of them, they should be just a precautionary measure, some thousand as a reinforcement in Bosnia if really things go bad. And ideally, there should be the same level of soldiers, 600 there, Althea, and 600 Kosovo, just monitoring liaison teams. Okay, we are not still there, but this is, some concrete numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Other conclusions and thoughts?
Yeah.
Yes, Boren.
No, I'd like to hear from Ed and then I'd
Okay, Ed, you go.
He was invited then.
Thank you, Goran. Thank you, Jelena and Bert. Evo, sad ću nakratko odgovoriti na pitanje što je Jelena postavila. To su sve fair pitanje, Jelena, što ste postavili. Jedini, kao prvo, hoću to istaknuti. Moj glavni stvar što sam rekao je, ja sam rekao da se mora prihvatiti poziv predsjednika Vučića da se otvaraju unutrašnji dijalog među Srbima o Kosovu. To je moj glavni stvar što sam rekao. I nadam se da kad ja ovdje dođem i podržavam dobar prijedlog predsjednik Srbije i nadam se da to je možda na nekim smislu je prihvatljivo, ali bar da se može to razmisliti od toga. Rekli ste da, i dobro ste rekli, Jelena, da neki stvari što nisam pomenao, jer nisam imao puno vremena, ali ima i mnogo stvari što nisam pomenao. Nisam pomenao da nakon onaj ukidanje, autonomiju Kosovo, onda počeo 10 godina represija Albanaca. Tamo 10 godina represija. Nisam rekao da lider Albanaca tada je bio Ibrahim Rugova, jedini pacifist, uključujući u Bosni ili u Hrvatskoj, jedini pacifist u cijeloj regiji. Nisam pomenao da Albanci nisu imali oružje. Jako malo su imali oružje, sve dok 1997. godine, kad je bilo raspad u Albaniji i UČK. Što se tiče UČK, naravno imate pravo, Jelena, i Albanci također moraju odgovoriti na svoj zlo i također moraju oni suočiti se za prošlost također. I od 1997. godine dalje i nakon bombardanja na Kosovo i ja lično, ja sam bio na terenu tada i ja sam lično, rekao sam to prošle godine kad sam bio, mnogo stvari što nisam pomenuo. Ali na kraju, suočiti se za prošlost znači stavite sve na stol. Što naša strana je radila i što nije. A ne samo što oni su radili. I to je najgori riječ u cijeli Balkanu. Oni. Oni su. I mislim da razumijete me. I jedini, na kraju, zaključam, na kraju to je vaša zemlja. Nije naša zemlja. To je vaša zemlja. Ako vi mislite da vrijeme na srpske strane i da može i dalje nastaviti bez rješenja kosovskog pitanja, to je vaša zemlja. Ako vi mislite da taj pitanje, kao onaj frozen conflict, kao je dobro rekao gospodine, interes Rusija, da se drže frozen conflict, a mislite da to nije problem za vas, dobro. Ne morate otvoriti taj dijalog. Ali ako mislite da to je u stvari je teret Srbima i država Srbije, onda ja preporučam da ja mislim da poziv predsjednika Vučića je dobar prijedlog i da je vreme već jednom da se na taj način, izravan način, otvoriti taj dijalog. Hvala puno.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Goran.
Yeah, I'll touch upon several different issues. First, I would like to refer at migration. Jiří was mentioning, yeah, first, I didn't say anything. As Regional Cooperation Council is not dealing with migration. This was a deliberate decision, as we were dealing with so many different issues, and then all of a sudden the money starts flowing in, and I didn't want RCC to be seen as following the money, and we said, okay, we have capacities for this, let's deal with this, and leave the big issue like migration for the others. But I do fully agree that this is one of the. If I were asked what is the most crucial problem of Serbia, I would say depopulation. Therefore, it is a complex issue. Migration, it's not only Syrians coming to Europe, it's also me living in Vienna together with my family. And I think it is a big, not because I live there, but it is a really big issue. People are leaving. Those who are leaving recently are old 40 plus. They are paid better than the average population in Serbia. They are well integrated in Serbia and abroad, have enough money, therefore now they leave because they can afford leaving the country. And while asked, they basically say, I'm fed up with all of you politicians. Goran, I trusted you in Bosnia because it's not only Serbia, it's the whole region. After the Dayton, this is going to be a normal country. And look, 20 years later, I'm 40, and this is far from being a normal country. And I have a new kid, and I will never let my newborn live here for additional 20 years. And it has to do with education, with administration, with health. And I simply say, I don't believe in this country. And you hear it in Bosnia, you hear it in Serbia, you hear it in Kosovo, you hear it in Albania, you hear it all over. So for me, this is a huge issue. And then capacities to democratize these societies are also diminishing as well. While at the same time, it was, if I'm not wrong, a Romanian minister for labor who went to either Pakistan or Bangladesh, please correct me, and signed an agreement allowing for up to 1 million of them to come. I'm not saying 1 million came. I'm saying simply being aware that they are in need for 1.5 million of labor in Romania as they are increasing performance. I spoke to the chief of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce. He told me, look, Marko Čadež, he said, we are not saying publicly, but we have no labor for German companies coming in. Let's be frank, therefore, migration is a complex issue, and there is a lot of potential really to how should I say, to present it as a positive development and a chance for us. These people are needed in Serbia as well, as they are needed elsewhere. So let's, I mean, it is a complex issue, so too much time I don't want. I just want to jump to some other issues. The second one, Russia. I didn't speak about our attitude towards Russia. And I'm not going to go into detailed explanation now, but I would say that a realistic engagement in Serbia regarding this issue would be to try to bring Serbia as close as possible to German understanding of what should be Russia's policy and policy towards Russia in Europe. Let's get as close as possible to this position. Would be the best we can get in foreseeable future. As a friend of mine, Milica Delević, while provoked by a German president of the parliament in one dinner, oh, what is this South Stream? That was years back. She said, she's smarty. And in her very good English, she just said, you can expect from Serbs to be less Germans, to be less Russians than you Germans are. End of the debate.
Yeah.
That was end of the debate for that dinner. Regarding Serbia's attitude and gas, we do need Russian gas. That's reality. A lot of effort should be invested into renewables. Let's focus on this and try to balance this energy mix. Therefore, be realistic about this, and I think that that would be better for us. And I fully support, Jelena, what you've been saying on the propaganda, etc. There is a lot of effort needed to be invested in this. But look, this effort has to come by political leaders. This is what shapes minds of the people. So therefore, I'm not saying it's you who is the problem, but the political leaders. They need to constantly send clear messages where we are, what do we strive for, where do we go. This is from my side on Russia. I'd like to go further and refer to what you've said on scars that last 60 years. I'm fully in agreement with you. Look, I was born in 1963 in Kosovo. And as a child, I remember well, so this was less than 20 years after the Second World War. We were playing this game, partisans and enemy, Germans, and that's it. There was never hate against Germans in my childhood. Never. Less than 20 years after the wars that I was born, so at 10 years, and then I was a child. Never bad feelings with Germans. So how was this possible? I guess totalitarian system, clear policy, so I'm not advocating this, but perhaps this is part of the explanation. But this is my life. I never hated Germans. And now it is more than 20 years after the Dayton Peace Accords. Check the emotions of the children now towards Bosniaks, towards Albanians, towards Croats, and not to mention Americans. Actually, no, it's really about the neighbors who they've been in war with, not Americans. So, therefore, I agree with you, and I think there is a need for a real effort to change this attitude. It was good that Srđan Majstorović has mentioned Rajko, but there is room for other initiatives in this respect. Next, what I wanted to refer briefly at was Kosovo, but I'd like to approach it from a different angle. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, was here 3 years back for 3 days. What a visit. He was introducing his book, so was presented as an author. It was a real big meeting with the that time Prime Minister Vučić, I think, or President. A lot of exposure. Then I was together with President Vučić when he was visiting Tirana as the first Serbian president visiting, also very well hosted. Welcome there. I've deliberately shaped this little Schengen or regional economic area into Serbian-Albanian relationship because I think this is exactly what is happening as we speak. Huge potential for the strengthening of the cooperation between two nations, and a great understanding where do we go, what do we do, and I see the problem between Kosovars, new, old leadership, whatever, and Tirana. They need to talk to each other to understand what is this, because obviously this came as a surprise for them. And we need also to improve our cooperation with Kosovo. I was born in Kosovo, So, and obviously, there is a lot to be discussed between Kosovo leadership and Albanian leadership in order to have them joining this trend of a good development in bilateral relation between Serbs and Albanians as nations, and then, of course, Serbia and Albania as states. And this would be a good intro into what I wanted to say on Kosovo. I'm not going to go into details, but I would like to agree with you, at least in one point, which I find important. And this was the first one, time. I call it differently, urgency. When I meet Matt Palmer, this is my first point in conversation with him. When I speak publicly here, this is also my first point, urgency. And I'll try to explain. Interesting enough, and there I side you, Jelena, good part of those who should politically be closer to me, they don't understand. They may say, you're siding Vučić. Yes, I'm siding
Welcome to club. So do I.
I'm siding Vučić. And they say, as soon as I say it is urgent to deal with Kosovo, they say, you're siding Vučić. There are other issues. Of course there are other issues in my country. And I appreciate the fact. But I would like also to send message to them as I'm sending message this way to Albin as well. who I'd like to support. I know how welcome he is by the good people in Kosovo. They have high expectations that he is going to deal with the internal issues there, corruption, rule of law, etc. But my experience is that neither in Serbia nor in Kosovo it is going to be really possible to touch upon a very important issues: agriculture, culture, environment, education, health, as long as this outstanding issue is there. Same goes to Albin. If he believes that he will be successful in his attempt, and this is the expectation from him, to change realities in Kosovo, as long as this issue of the status has not been resolved, simply I'm skeptical. I think that this has to be resolved in order to provide a room for real issues to be touched upon in this society. And real issues in my eyes is the rule of law. There I'd like to side European Union. Eventually, basics first is the only policy which is important for the region. I mean, I was working only on economy, as you've seen, and touched upon security, but they were right, Europeans. As long as we have issues with democracy and the rule of law, we have all other issues on the table. So, in my eyes, status of Kosovo as soon as possible. And there I'd like to touch upon Bosnia. I think that agreeing on Kosovo should be a regional. We need to put it into regional context, and this should be an end of the wars in the former Yugoslavia, with the strong support for the integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina as a part of this deal, with the full support of all others, leaders from the region, that borders, as agreed in this process, are final for everyone in the region. So their borders have to be strengthened, confirmed through this process. Therefore, they should sign. I'm not saying whether this will be partitioned or not. I don't know. I'm simply saying whatever the process, whatever the outcome, will have to be put into regional context with a strong particular emphasis on integrity in Bosnia, therefore helping, facilitating, stabilizing functionality of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then guaranteeing to all others that this is the end of the wars, and now we should really focus on what the daily routine comes with, and this is democracy, human rights, and then many other issues which, I mean, this is a rich society. I don't want to see Serbia paying a price in democracy as a society because of unresolved issues. Therefore, full support for Vučić. You mentioned dialogue. Solution is really needed desperately for Serbs and Albanians, and then for everybody else, Bosniaks first, in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive and insightful. No. Wait.
I'd just like to note that this conference, by its very nature, is an elite group activity.
It is.
And that the biggest single problem in Europe, I would say, is what's called the democratic deficit. Brexit is a result of the democratic deficit and has brought about the biggest crisis in the British constitutional system since the English Civil War. It's a bigger crisis than their loss of their North American colonies. I mean, when we look at what's happening in the British House of Commons, we can see what happens when the people of a country are not fully engaged in a process. You can see it in parts of Central and Eastern Europe, and it's notable in the European society which I know best, which is Eastern Germany, the one place in the EU where nobody had to negotiate so much as a line of the acquis. They got European Union membership automatically with German unification, and identity with, understanding of, and support for the EU in Eastern Germany is rock bottom. Nobody values it because they never had to work for it. And I'm a firm believer that people value what they have to work for. And for countries to have to spend years to achieve entry in the European Union is not a bad thing. But it has to genuinely involve the populations. And it has to reflect the organic nature of every society, or you end up with a Brexit. I make one final point. There's been a lot of use of the word here, particularly in this opinion poll, about referenda. I hate and fear referenda. In my experience, referenda almost always cause more problems than they solve. I think one of the great strengths of the American constitutional system is that we have no option for referenda at the national level, only at the state level, and they are generally a bad idea at that level too. Yeah. So I would just say the thing you need most to think about in terms of Serbia's broader integration in Europe, European institutions, European societies, all of it, is that it does engage the people, and that you need more than just young people leaving the country to be into Europe. If that's what happens, then another thing you see in Eastern Germany is most of the young talent left, and look what the consequence is. So conferences like this are obviously an essential element of the way business is done in the modern world, but elite group projects do not form the basis for long, enduring integration.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Dragan.
Okay. All the time we are, sve vreme se obraćamo, imam utisak, srpskoj javnosti i decision makerima koji žive na prostoru regiona. I mi smo njima sve to poručili i verujem da oni su sve to čuli, a kao neko koji je bio na odgovornoj funkciji, verujte mi da sam ubeđen da svako od njih ko vodi državu bi želeo da napravi što je moguće bolji rezultat, bez obzira ko je na njenom čelu, bez obzira kolike greške pravi. Mislim da namere se negde iskrive umeđu vremenu. Ali volio bih da mi malo nešto kažemo i onima koji treba da nam pomognu o tome. Mislim da odavde kažemo da zamolimo svetske lidere da kada govore o priključenju Zapadnog Balkana ne budu sa onim if. Da se malo olakša, mislim, ta situacija s Makedonijom i s Albanijom je toliko nestvarna. Da sad mi ovde pričamo sad kako mi treba da populišemo Evropu i tako dalje, ovi ljudi uradili sve što je traženo od njih i onda im rečeno kao, ba, idete u predsoblje pa ćemo vidimo šta ćemo. Jer stavite se vi ovde u cipele nekog ko donosi odluku, da će ići na referendum ili neće, nebitno je, on donosi odluku, da bi mu sutra neko saopštio, pa dobro, ta odluka je bila dobra za Srbiju, ali nije za tebe. Ja ne znam mnogo takvih političara koji su na čelu države i koji treba da se obrate svojoj naciji i da kažu, ljudi, znate, 90 i ne znam ko je, slušao sam vas pažljivo, pričali ste o tim odnosima Makedonije i Grčke. Pa znate kako, ja sam iz neke ratničke porodice. Jedan pradeda mi je ubijen od strane Austro-Ugara na Ceru u prvim danima borbe. A drugi su prošli još gore. Oni su preživjeli Prvi svjetski rat, pa su u crkvi, u selu zapaljeni od strane Bugara, Nemaca i Rusa. Nećete verovati, Belorusi su bili tu. Nema niko ekskluzivitet na to što vi kažete odnosi makedonsko-grčki, pa ovde su svi koji sede iz Srbije, verujte mi, imaju sličnu priču. I šta je paradoks? Meni kao ministar odbrane prvo u posetu dođe austrijski ministar, a ja prvo u posetu napravim u Bugarskoj. I onda razmišljate kada čoveč, ovi su mi ubili dedu, pradedu, ali život teče. Problem je samo što kada gledate to iz Vašingtona, Brisela, ne shvatate da to život ljudi koji su živjeli vekovima zajedno. I nije, kad kažu sad, Nemci su bili ovde, pa ih ne mrzimo, pa ratovali smo s njima, ali nismo ratovali bratoubilačkom ratu. A bratoubilački rat je nešto, pretpostavljam, najgore što može da nam se desi u ratovanju, jer u svakom drugom ratovanju imate neku fair odnos. Što kaže Churchill, rat je suviše ozbiljna stvar da bi se poverio generalima. A ovde je bio neozbiljna stvar, pa su ga vodili generali. E sad samo u ovim zaključcima, pošto ne bi da ja odužim, jer sam imao zamerku što kolege, nemam ništa protiv predavanja, ali nekako treba bude panel na tu temu, da malo u te zaključke stavimo da pozivamo predstavnike, kako bi već formulisali, Evropske unije, NATO-a, velikih sila, kako god oni žele da se formuliše, njihova visočanstva, koje su često licemerni. I to licemerni na način da nas optužuju što nemamo kapacitet da reformišemo naše društvo, ali nemaju problem da već od 1. januara sve edukovane i obrazovane mlade ljude iz Srbije pokupe da odu kod njih. To će biti sasvim prirodan proces, tako, u kome mi idemo tamo gde je bolje, da izgrađujemo ono što je bolje, a oni su zabrinuti što ovde ne možemo, pa zato što, ljudi, ne može to tako da funkcioniše. I ovi jadni Sirijci koji su dolazili ovde, da vam sad ne kažem koje su se ambasade prvo informisale ko su lekari. Pa ovi lekari su kudikamo lakše se snašli od onih koji su nosili džakove u svojoj zemlji, mislim. I to je licemerje. Je li tako? Da. I licemerje oni koji odlučuju tamo, a očekuju od nas da mi sad ovdje iskoračimo, ne znam koliko, pa ne možemo da iskoračimo ljudi bez pomoći. Pa bi ja volao da u tim zaključcima malo se nađe, eto, ne mora da kažemo baš da su licemerni, pošto ne vole to da čuju, iako to znaju. Nego da ih pozovemo na malo, eto, svesti da ako je ta Turska, kao što sam rekao, nije dostigla standard NATO-a, nego je NATO implementirao kad je ušao u Tursku, da mi pozovemo njih da malo naprave neki fast track za ovaj deo Evrope koji nezasluženo se nalazi tu gde jeste, jer će najbolji deo u stvari da bude kod njih. Što je potpuno jedan paradoks. Kad govorimo o Americi, hvalimo se da smo 2 predsednika poslali u Hag, imali smo u Americi dva guvernera. Ne znam koliko senatora i kongresmena, naučnika i tako dalje. Izgrađujemo američko društvo, pa ajde kao da nam pomognu malo da ovde napravimo neke iskorake koji su neophodni, a verujte mi, i to mi je rekao gospodin Hojt, kapaciteti su sve manji. I to otvaranje granica koje je fenomenalno, omogućava brzi razvoj, mislim, ljudi odlaze, a pričao sam i sa gospodinom Đukanovićem u Crnoj Gori koji mi kaže da država ne može da plati radnika koliko može privatni sektor. A znate kako je to kod nas ovde? Kod nas ovde vas neko zaposli ili se zaposlite, onda dođe neka druga vlast pa kaže ti si došao pod onom vlašću pa te otpusti i mali broj ljudi je voljan da svoj život na taj način podredi državi, a da ga onda neko tretira kao državni službenik, ne znam da li imate svest, ovde je državni službenik gori od zatvorenika za masovna ubistva, mislim, ili optuženika. Optuženici su onako bolje prihvaćeni nego jadni državni službenici. Evo, ja sam odužio, ali ponela me emocija. Hvala.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
Ray wants.
Oh, Ray, yes, please.
Okay, I know it's lunchtime, so I'll try to be very quick. So I've talked about this before. I recommend that the Serbian military go to the state of Ohio, to the National Guard, and they coordinate with Albania and New Jersey, Macedonia and Vermont, Bosnia, Maryland, Serbia and Ohio, as I mentioned, Kosovo and Iowa, and Montenegro and Maine. And they have a conference next year, and they discuss cooperation in the emergency management, disaster management realm. This could be linked into some of these other initiatives I just heard. And I think this is the way ahead, and they can plan in 2021 to actually do an exercise. And I think the exercise should move around the region. It might need to start in a country where it's a little less controversial. And I think the V4, who have in their plate of things they work on in the defense arena is emergency management and disaster management. They should be involved in. And next year, Poland will take the V4, and they're the main strong leader in the V4, and I think you could get some good response from them. And the last thing, the 3 Cs initiative was not talked about here. The countries who are involved are all EU members, and it's not an EU project necessarily. It's a voluntary project of these 12 nations, and the focus starts from Estonia down to Bulgaria, and it's all about building infrastructure, rail, roads, port facilities to provide alternatives that weren't there during the Soviet period. So these are north-south corridors, but the 3 Cs, the third C is the Adriatic. And on the way to the Adriatic is Serbia. Serbia geographically is right in the heart of 3 Cs territory, and it should offer itself or engage the the Three Seas group to take an opportunity to either become an observer to it and hopefully with maybe a future membership to the Three Seas group. Lots of economic potential in the Three Seas. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
One final,
Please.
just comment on your second recommendation. You said that when you talked about Serbia's role as a leader and so on, I would, my 5 cents would be to shy away from using the word leader. You know, I mean, Montenegro is farther ahead in terms of European integration. There are issues attached to once you say leader, then there's a huge, you know, fight of who's going to be the leader. So let's say, you know, one of the equal countries, you know, I'd rather use that language instead of just calling it leader. And I would add, I think all the others are excellent. I would add maybe the issue of you know, reconciliation and transitional justice as important as well. I think it's very important. You know, that's, thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts, recommendations? Larger audience, we welcome thoughts.
There is.
Going once, yes, please. Yes.
Or I can come there. Oh,
You have.
Okay.
You have.
Okay. My name is Gülsarı Gül. I'm a political counselor at the Turkish Embassy. First of all, thank you for the organizers for that excellent conference panels. There were a few references to my country, Turkey, yesterday, also today, mostly positive. I would like to bring to your attention some of the points, if I may, very fast. Yesterday it was discussed after President Macron's statements that there would be a vacuum and Turkey might be among the countries besides Russia and China to fulfill this vacuum. First of all, I would like to say that Turkey is not an outsider in that region. We are a part of the Balkans, historically, demographically, geographically. Like every 1/7 of Turkish people are coming from Balkans, and we have huge numbers of Balkan origin people in our country. Integrated, very well integrated in our population, and a big contribution to our economy and culture and everything. And our approach to Balkans is very transparent, simple. We are looking for pragmatic economical cooperation, and we know that Turkish investment business here is a big catalyst for the transforming economies in the region. And from the outset, Turkey is supporting the Euro-Atlantic integration of the regions, the countries of the region. And we are also, you know, in the same process, negotiating. And so I think that is not a correct way, this analogy, China, Russia, and Turkey, but completely different. And about the invitation, the expectation from our president that to cooperate about immigration problem, we have excellent cooperation with the Balkan states, especially Serbia, in terms of migration and other defense and security issues, border control. And I mean, everybody knows the contribution of Turkey to the European problem of irregular migration. We spent, as our president said yesterday, we spent more than $40 billion, whereas EU contributed committed to contribute $3.5 billion. We have received 3.3 billion of it, and it went to the NGOs. That's a contribution on project basis. So I think we have done more than enough in terms of cooperation and contribution in that term. Thank you. If you have questions, I can also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that perspective. Other recommendations? Sir.
Thank you very much. I'm the ambassador of Denmark. I'll just say I enjoyed these panels. I enjoyed all the discussions to follow them. I will just agree to what was said, how important it is to involve people in the decisions in the whole process, because this is a very complicated region and have a lot of complex problems to deal with. But I enjoyed the panels very much, and I've seen many of my colleagues here over the last couple of days, and I'm quite sure I speak on their behalf also when I say it's been a fantastic event. Unfortunately, it's my last year in Serbia, so I'll not be here next year, but I wish you success and hope you will continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, on that note, I think is a perfect one to wrap up. Wait, one more? Okay. One more, sorry.
It's not even 5 cents worth, it's 2 cents worth. But we've mentioned Macron's statements and difficulties and fatigue, and having lived through this, don't lose heart. Those things go away. I've heard things, this will not happen in the next 5 years, don't bother, don't even try. And they do go away. And eventually they click into place. And until they do, there's plenty of things to do. So it will go away, especially politicians. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we end the conference, I think on a very good note, with some great ideas, some welcome insights and wisdom, hopefully. I would like to have 2 rounds of applause. First, I would like one for all the panelists in the conference that did our job, and we're soon going to go to lunch. So 1 round of applause for us. And then a 2nd round of applause for Jelena for organizing this, and her team. Jelena and her team.
My team, exactly. I'm John.
Jelena and her team for doing a great job in organizing this, for putting us in some beautiful spaces, for getting us places on time. It was just wonderful, and I'm really grateful to you for organizing this. So a big round of applause for Jelena and her team. Okay, and lunch is served next door, so please continue.
Çok hızlı bir şekilde 2:30'a kadar zamanım var. 20 dakikada bir şeyler atıştırabiliriz.
Tamam. Ben kendi arabamla geldim. Maça gidecek misiniz?
Kaçtaydı o?
5'te.